And before we begin, I have a number of housekeeping announcements. This information was previously conveyed to your staff, but I want to reiterate that no food will be allowed in the room. Drinks are fine if you have a lid, and please throw away your own trash. We have arranged to have lunch provided. It will be in the Minority Conference Room in Longworth 1036, directly below the hearing room. And once again, I want to say a thank you to Ranking Member Granger for providing the space. I might also add, I think we're going to try to issue blankets for people in this very cold storage room here. Is that, for those of you joining remotely, please be respectful of those in the hearing room and do not talk over them when they have been recognized. If you are joining us virtually, once you start speaking, there will be a slight delay before you are displayed on the main screen. Speaking into the microphone activates the camera, displaying the speaker on the main screen. Do not stop your remarks if you do not immediately see the screen switch. If the screen does not change after several seconds, please make sure you are not muted. To minimize background noise and ensure the correct speaker is being displayed, we ask that you remain on mute unless you have sought recognition. The chair or an individual designated by the chair may mute participants' microphones when they are not under recognition for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. If during one of our meetings we need to move things along and we decide to enforce the 5-minute rule, you will notice a clock on the bottom of your screen that will show how much time is remaining. When your time is up, the clock will turn red, and I may gently tap the gavel to remind members that their time has expired before recognizing another member. Finally, we have set up an email address to which members can send anything they wish to submit in writing at any of our hearings or markups, including amendments, motions, and other unanimous consent requests. That email address has been provided to your staff. I would remind all members that they must verbally request unanimous consent separately from sending the document or written UC request to the email address. Actually, before we begin the first order of business today, let me just express my thanks to everyone. Yesterday, we completed 2 of the full committee markups. As of the end of the day today, we will have completed 10 of the markups, subcommittee markups, so that we will complete the subcommittee markups this week. By the end of this week, which is tomorrow, we will have completed 6 of the full committee markups, and then next week we will do the remaining 6. So I want to just express my deep thanks. They're long days, long evenings, but thank you very, very much for your energy, for your patience, and for your commitment to getting this job, getting the job done. Our first order of business today is consideration of the Agricultural Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I will now recognize Mr. Bishop to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and good morning. I'm pleased that we are here to consider the fiscal year 2023 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies appropriations bill. I'd like to begin by thanking Acting Ranking Member Dr. Andy Harris, who's been a great partner in this process, and I've enjoyed working with him to produce what I believe is a very, very strong bill. I'd like to also thank Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger for their continued extraordinary leadership and collaboration. Today we are considering a bill which touches the lives of every single American. We all eat the food, rely on the medicine and medical devices, and use the fibers and materials made possible by this bill. The bill invests in our rural communities as well as the institutions that develop our agricultural sector and safeguard our medicine and food. They're vital to our country's well-being. And the bill provides vital safety nets for our most vulnerable populations. The fiscal year 2023 allocation is $27.2 billion compared to the fiscal year 22 enacted level of $25.125 billion, which is an 8.3% increase. Supporting our rural communities remains a top priority. In total, the bill provides more than $4.2 billion in budget authority for rural development programs to fund critical infrastructure, such as water and wastewater systems and rural housing needs. The bill invests more than $545 million for rural broadband expansion, including $450 million for the Reconnect program. The bill creates 2 new lending programs for hard-to-reach communities. The first offers a 1% interest rate on water and waste disposal loan projects in distressed areas, making these desperately needed improvements more financially viable for our distressed communities. The second program is designed to improve home lending opportunities for Native American tribes, where traditionally lending has been difficult and complex. These efforts will further maximize rural development programs within the communities they are intended to serve. The bill also provides over $3.1 billion for farm and conservation programs. The investments in this bill support sustainable agricultural improvements to mitigate the consequences of climate change while maintaining high levels of production. The bill provides an historic level of funding for agricultural research, including $500 million for the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, AFRI. And I'm proud of the investments we make in our 1890 and 1994 land-grant universities and our Hispanic-serving institutions, all of which are significantly over their 2022 levels. The bill continues our steadfast commitment to our country's long tradition of humanitarian assistance by including $1.8 billion for Food for Peace grants and $265 million for the McGovern-Dole program. Both of these are historic highs. The bill fully funds the SNAP, Child Nutrition, and WIC programs to meet expected participation for the FY 2023 year. It continues enhanced fruit and vegetable benefits for women and children, as well as provides additional protections for SNAP recipients. Taken together, these investments strengthen the food safety net and help families put healthy, nutritious meals on the table. In this bill, we provide $3.66 billion for the Food and Drug Administration. Within this total, there are several important investments, including increases to address the opioid crisis and for ALS clinical trials, unannounced inspections of foreign drug manufacturing facilities, the safety of infant formula, and the Office of Minority Health. This bill fully funds the request for work on chemicals in human food. And finally, the community project funding requests. The bill provides funding for 134 projects totaling over $192 million. This bill will help Americans from all walks of life. I ask for your support of the bill. It is a good bill. I want to thank my personal staff, the majority and minority staffs of the subcommittee, and the full committee for their extraordinary work on this bill. It is indeed a great work product. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Harris is recognized.
Forward. I also appreciate the hard work of Chairman Bishop in crafting the fiscal year 2023 Agriculture Appropriations Bill that is before us today. Now, there are a number of programs and provisions in this bill that I support, such as funding for rural broadband programs, rural electrification and telecommunication loan programs, critical research programs, and protections to ensure we have safe food, drugs, and medical devices. I also want to thank Chairman Bishop and the committee for working with me to assist the state of Maryland in achieving their environmental and bay restoration goals by allowing seafood processors to more easily produce a safe product while avoiding duplicative regulatory burdens. While there are many things to like about this bill, the total discretionary spending level of $27.2 billion, or an 8% increase over the previous year's funding, does not acknowledge the economic reality our nation faces. As Americans are all too aware, inflation is soaring at a 40-year high of 8.6%, and the U.S. economy shrank by 1.5% last quarter. Gas prices have hit a record $5 a gallon nationwide, and food prices rose 12%, the largest 12-month increase since 1979. More government spending only ends in higher prices for the American people and adds to the inflation problem created by the Biden administration's reckless spending. Increases across the board are included in this bill, most notably for the Food and Drug Administration, which would receive an overwhelming and unnecessary 10% increase. Based on how the FDA has handled the infant formula crisis, it's clear that strong leadership is needed at FDA, not a significant increase in funding. The bill also continues the increase for the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit. These increased benefits began as a one-time increase in the American Rescue Plan with no discussion or input from Republicans. I understand the importance of making sure WIC participants have access to fruits and vegetables, but this policy and funding change was not debated and agreed to by both parties. This bill simply continues a program that was meant to be temporary without regard to the inflationary pressures and soaring food prices already squeezing American taxpayers. I am also extremely concerned about providing this administration with unlimited spending authority for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, at the end of the fiscal year. The administration claims this authority is needed for an unexpected increase in SNAP participation, but the President continues to tout record low unemployment rates, which should translate into a decrease in SNAP participation. Furthermore, the program has a reserve fund of $9 billion, so providing USDA with a blank check is just irrational, irresponsible. In times like these, as stewards of taxpayer dollars, we must make tough decisions in the greater interest of the American people. While I support a number of programs in this bill, I cannot support the bill at this spending level. As this process moves forward, I want to work on these issues as well as some of the animal welfare provisions in the bill. I certainly want all animals to be treated humanely and believe we can find a way to protect animals without taking important tools away from our regulatory agencies. Again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Chairman Bishop, and I thank your Agriculture Appropriations Subcommittee staff, led by Martha Foley, for their work and collaboration. I also want to thank Pam Miller with the Agriculture Appropriations Minority staff for her efforts. This bill touches the lives of every American, and I'm hopeful we can find common ground to support America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. I look forward to working with you, Chair DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and Chairman Bishop as this process moves forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you, Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Harris. I yield myself time for opening remarks. I want to thank you for your efforts with this bill. I want to also say thank you to the subcommittee staff for their work. Chairman Bishop, with your leadership, this subcommittee has truly met the moment. Along with hearings to understand the changing needs of the agencies and programs that you fund, you are at the forefront of our oversight of the infant formula crisis and the Food and Drug Administration's response to it. When it was clear that we had to act to protect babies from dangerous formula and to address supply chain issues, your partnership and leadership was invaluable. I know how important the investments we make here are to the safety and well-being of Americans everywhere, especially our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. It is why in the 2022 government spending package, we provided historic funding to tackle hunger, lift up rural communities, rebuild our food safety infrastructure, and support equality for historically underserved communities. This bill builds on these historic investments with $27.2 billion, a critical increase of more than $2 billion over 2022. As our nation continues to feel the impact of the pandemic, rising costs, and supply chain issues, we are helping Americans struggling to make ends meet with investments to food programs. We are ensuring 6.2 million low-income women, infants, and children access to safe and healthy foods, including fruits and vegetables, with $6 billion for the WIC program. And we provide the 42 million Americans eligible for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the Food Stamp Program, the funding they desperately need. With $100 million for the Emergency Food Assistance Program, TFAP, network of emergency feeding organizations, we are supporting the storage and distribution of USDA foods. This is the highest level ever in the program's history. And as we invest in programs to feed all Americans, the United States is a nation with abundant food. And no child, no one should go to bed hungry every night in the United States of America. We fight child hunger with child nutrition programs like school meals. The number of children struggling with hunger in this country was already too high, and it grew during the pandemic. This is a tragedy. This bill gets us one step closer to fighting hunger by funding roughly 5.6 billion school lunches and snacks and expanding school nutrition funding to feed more kids during their summer break. I am pleased with the bipartisan agreement this week on the extension of school meal waivers that ensures children are fed through the summer and supports schools and daycares throughout the school year. I've said from the start that failure is not an option, and we need to, it is our responsibility to ensure that our children do not go hungry. School meal waivers have given stability to hundreds of children who, prior to this program, likely did not know where their next meal was coming from. And as we strengthen our commitment to fighting hunger here, we are funding programs that fight hunger abroad, including the most funding ever for the Food for Peace grants and for the McGovern-Dole program. Ensuring everyone has access to food is meaningless if the food supply they rely on is not safe. The recent contamination of infant formula and the resulting shortage have made clear that we need a robust and a safe food safety infrastructure. This bill provides more than $3.6 billion in discretionary funding for the FDA to keep our food safe, respond to food outbreaks, address the opioid crisis, monitor the supply chain, improve inspections, and conduct oversight of domestic and foreign drug manufacturers. At the same time, we are ensuring that the FDA has the resources and the inspection staff to conduct inspections and to thoroughly be able to review infant formula manufacturing contracts. This is an issue that is incredibly important to the moms and dads who rely on formula to feed their babies. It should be equally important to all of us. The chairman and I have worked hard to address this unacceptable and preventable crisis. That is why, despite the achievements in this bill, I continue to advocate for a single food safety agency. At the very least, we must ensure there is a designated deputy commissioner for food safety at the FDA, someone with relevant experience and background in food safety. Market consolidation is impacting our food supply, not only in baby formula, but also in everything from the meat packing to the cereal industries. The $1.8 billion investments we are making for food safety, inspection programs, and staff are critical to keeping Americans safe. Finally, this bill lifts up farming in rural communities. Rural communities are in need of our support, and with over $4.2 billion for rural development programs, we will transform the way we invest in the resources that rural communities have been seeking. The programs we fund will spur economic development in transformative ways. This bill strengthens support for rural housing to meet the needs of rural Americans. We are providing record investments to help low-income rural families. We are supporting historically underserved Native American tribes access to home loans with a new relending program. And with $1.5 billion in rental assistance and vouchers for rural communities, we are ensuring low-income families and the elderly can afford to stay in their homes. In total, we help 140,000 rural families keep a roof over their heads. We expand rural broadband, connecting rural communities to the health, economic, and educational services available through the internet. The investments in this bill are so important. They support those who need us most by fighting hunger, safeguarding our food supply, and lifting up rural communities. I am proud of this bill and the impact I know it will have. And I want to thank the chair, the ranking member for the bill. I also want to say a thank you to the subcommittee staff. On the majority side, Martha Foley, Dimlin Jones, Perry Yates, Joe Lehman, Justin Masucci, Dallas Selle, and Yana Zamora, and Pam Miller on the minority side. I again thank the chairman and ranking member. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I now recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. First, I want to thank Chairman Bishop and Acting Ranking Member Harris for their work on this appropriations bill. The funds the Department of Agriculture, the Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies. I also want to acknowledge the committee staff for their efforts. While this bill funds many important programs, it's based on a funding level that passed the House without Republican support. In addition to concerns about spending, I have a few examples of problematic provisions that must be addressed as this particular bill moves through the process. First, the bill includes language essentially giving the administration unlimited spending authority for a nutrition program that was already dramatically expanded during the pandemic. At a time when our nation's spending is at an all-time high, we should not be writing a blank check. Next, many of us are concerned about the lack of leadership at the FDA, specifically related to the infant formula recall and shortage. Instead of holding the agency accountable, this bill provides a significant increase when simply providing more funds will not fix this problem. Some other problems in the bill receive double-digit percentage increases that will grow the size of the federal government. Yet the bill does not do enough to help farmers and ranchers who are struggling with record high costs for things like fuel and fertilizer. These high costs will continue to get passed on to the American families who are struggling to put food on the table. In spite of our differences, members on our side of the aisle will work to ensure this important bill is signed into law. We're committed to supporting our farmers and ranchers, expanding internet coverage into rural areas, and ensuring that our drugs and medical devices are safe and effective. Both sides will have to agree to leave out controversial provisions and set more reasonable funding levels to get there. I hope we are able to address these issues as this bill moves through the process, and I thank you, Madam Chair, and yield back.
To make general comments about the bill. Got everybody done? Ms. Underwood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank you and Ranking Member Granger, as well as Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Harris, and the subcommittee staff for your leadership in preparing the fiscal year 2023 Agriculture, Rural Development, and FDA Appropriations Bill. As the representative of a district with a substantial rural population in northern Illinois, I am pleased to support this bill and the many important priorities it contains to support farmers and families in my community. It enhances our resilience to climate change, a looming and constant threat to the survival of our rural communities. Farmers and ranchers are on the front lines of the climate crisis. This bill contains critical investments that I help secure to support farmers as they innovate and adapt to deliver climate solutions, grow our scientific knowledge, and strengthen USDA's expertise in sustainable agricultural practices, carbon reduction, and soil health. I am particularly proud that this bill fully funds a project to improve climate resilience in my own community by restoring over 100 acres of wetlands near Hackmatack National Wildlife Refuge in McHenry County, Illinois. The bill also takes important steps to address a problem laid bare by the pandemic. The way we feed people in America, from babies to seniors, is not working. It's not working for parents who need infant formula, small farmers being undercut by huge corporations, or families getting price gouged at the grocery store. This bill tackles corporate consolidation and anti-competitive practices that undermine our food systems and will benefit both farmers and consumers. It does this by supporting antitrust enforcement and improving access to markets and USDA programs for small and mid-sized agricultural businesses. This bill strengthens the safety of our baby formula market with increased funding for workers at the Food and Drug Administration to inspect baby formula and review new products. And it is central to our efforts to address hunger and food insecurity and promote health through improved nutrition. This includes our commitment to supporting the health and nutrition of 6.2 million pregnant and postpartum women, infants, and children through the WIC program. As families face rising costs at the grocery store, the extension of the enhanced WIC fruit and vegetable benefit included in this bill is more vital than ever before. Next, I want to highlight important language in the bill to address the youth e-cigarette epidemic in the United States. This epidemic has persisted in part because of FDA's failure to meet a court-ordered deadline of reviewing all pre-market tobacco product applications by September of 2021. Recently, FDA estimated that this won't be completed until June of 2023. Every day that passes, more kids are getting hooked on nicotine. Our committee must advance this report, which includes language urging FDA to promptly complete its required e-cigarette reviews and to take enforcement action against companies that failed to file product applications or received an order to get their products off the market. The report also acknowledges FDA's proposed prohibition of menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. I strongly support these proposed product standards and urge the administration to swiftly finalize these rules so that we can advance health equity and save lives in communities across the country. Lastly, I was proud to secure language urging FDA to address maternal substance use disorders, which are a leading cause of pregnancy-related death in Illinois. In addition to language that will improve pregnancy and lactation registries for clinical trials so that we can ensure vaccines and therapeutics are safe and effective for people who are pregnant or breastfeeding. Thank you again to Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Harris, and all the staff who put this bill together. I look forward to supporting it, and I yield back.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Dr. Harris, who, like myself, has some serious concerns with the bill, which prevent us from supporting it in its current form. But I want to thank the chair and Ranking Member for working to include many of our priorities on both sides of the aisle. First and foremost, funding for the Rural Water and Waste Disposal Program. That provides critical support to our rural water systems, crippled by challenges unique to their small communities. In my district, constituents in some areas lack access to running water altogether. And those who do have access often encounter water safety problems. This program and the funding that you've allocated in the bill will certainly help them face those challenges head on. But I think perhaps the most important piece of this bill is the bill's continued heavy support for rural broadband. In 2013, I partnered with local leaders in my state of Kentucky to think of a way to expand rural broadband access across the state. We came up with a thing called Kentucky Wired, an ambitious project to construct over 3,000 miles of high-speed, high-capacity fiber to all 120 counties in Kentucky. And Kentucky now is the first state in the country to build an open access middle mile fiber network in every county, all 120. This network serves as the backbone of broadband access in the state, and I'm proud it has now been completed and providing much needed broadband access across Kentucky. The funding in this bill will enable local service providers to connect with the Kentucky Wired network and build out last mile networks to connect rural communities with improved healthcare services, education, and new economic opportunities. So I thank the subcommittee and the chairman and ranking member. I thank you for putting together a pretty good bill. And I hope at some point in time, we'll be able to iron out the differences so that we can support it. I yield back.
Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the chair and the ranking member and everybody who worked on this bill for their hard work. Particularly, I'd like to thank you both for continuing to support the work I've been engaged with along with Ms. Ming over the past few years with the FDA to better protect and educate consumers about the dangers of skin lightening products. These products are disproportionately targeted towards and used by women and girls of color. They can contain dangerous ingredients that can lead to serious long-term risks to human health. That's why I was especially pleased that the FDA issued warning letters earlier this year to 12 companies selling these skin lightening products illegally marketed as over-the-counter drugs. It was a win for consumer safety, and it sends a strong message to companies that the FDA, in fact, is watching. I also want to thank the chair for being a great ally and champion for agricultural research, for including such strong research provisions in this bill. As we all know, we're facing a global security food crisis at a time when global hunger is also on the rise. The investments in agricultural research included in this bill will not only benefit the U.S. producers and consumers, but will enhance global outlook as well, scaling up resistance to pests, disease, and drought, diminishing input costs and needs, and improving all over agricultural production, ultimately helping to get food on the table in households to nourish children and people around the world. Again, I thank you, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This agricultural funding bill will provide much-needed support to hardworking families across our country. I want to thank Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Harris for their leadership in advancing the bill forward. I was pleased to work with your teams to include measures that are important to New Yorkers and Americans across the country. This year, I led an effort with dozens of our colleagues in support of the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, which is funded at $30 million in this bill. I thank Congresswoman Lee for her leadership on this important proposal as well. The Farmers Market Nutrition Program encourages healthy eating in low-income families while improving the prosperity of independent American farmers. An average of 1.7 million recipients receive this nutrition assistance each year, and this bill will ensure that these families can continue to benefit from the program. This bill also includes $111 billion for supplemental nutritional assistance program, including $3 billion for the SNAP Reserve Fund to serve more than 43.5 million people. The SNAP program is our nation's most important food security program and plays an essential role in helping children and families access food and stay out of poverty. As of 2019, more than 2 million New Yorkers received SNAP. More than 54% of SNAP participants in New York and more than 66% of participants nationally were families with children. This bill helps ensure that no child in America goes hungry and that no parent has to choose between feeding their children or putting a roof over their head. While additional aid is needed, the bill also includes $2.6 billion for the Nutritional Assistance Program for Puerto Rico, a measure that I am proud to support. This food security program helps residents of Puerto Rico with low incomes, most of whom are children, seniors, and people with disabilities. The bill also promotes the availability of plant-based and alternative protein meal options for school. That is something that's extremely important for New York City and has been championed by Mayor Adams in New York City. New York City schools have already moved forward on these initiatives, and kids across our nation should also have access to these meal options. This bill will provide much-needed support to hardworking families across the nation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Bustos. Ms. Bustos.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. First of all, let me say thank you to you and also to our chair of the Appropes on Agriculture, Chairman Bishop, and to our ranking member, and of course to our staff. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. I'd like to focus for just a moment, if I may, on rural water and wastewater infrastructure. I'll start with just a little bit of background on the congressional district that I represent. 80% of the towns in the congressional district that I serve are 5,000 people or fewer. And 60% are 1,000 people or fewer. So that gives you an idea of what I represent. And recently, our office did a survey of all 150 towns that are within our congressional district. We talked with the mayors and the village presidents. And their number one issue was water and wastewater. That's what they need help with. If you think about the population of these towns, they don't have the resources without our help to address clean water and wastewater. So that was what they told us that they needed help with, especially in these deeply rural areas. So this year's appropriation bill set aside $8.5 million for rural water and wastewater technical assistance. And so our smallest of the small towns who need this help now will have help with training, with tools, with the resources that they need to recruit and retain staff, to keep their operations running smoothly, and to continue delivering safe, clean water to our communities. So this funding represents a critical investment in our smallest towns, giving them the opportunity to grow and to prosper. And I'm very, very grateful for this funding. Thank you, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Pocan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the fiscal year 23 Agricultural, Rural Development, and Food and Drug Administration Appropriations Bill. I want to thank Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Harris for drafting a strong agricultural appropriations bill that includes many of my priorities. The bill includes funding for the expansion of the Dodgeville, Wisconsin Head Start building and the construction of an ADA accessible restroom at the facility. I thank the Chairman for including this priority. I'm also proud to see a robust investment in USDA research, which is so important to the University of Wisconsin-Madison and farmers across the state of Wisconsin. I thank the Chairman for including funding for genetic corn research, hemp research, cranberry research, and more that will benefit my state. Lastly, I'm grateful that this bill provides robust funding for a critical USDA function, antitrust enforcement. This bill provides an increase of $5 million for the Packers and Stockyards program at USDA. Fair and competitive markets are essential for America's farmers, and I thank the Chairman for his leadership and the subcommittee staff for their hard work. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this bill. And since this is my last agricultural bill markup before I leave Congress, I particularly want to thank the chair for including 3 animal welfare provisions in this mark that I have championed for almost 2 decades. This bill makes permanent the prohibition on funds for licensing and relicensing random source Class B dealers who self-dubiously obtain dogs and cats for use in research. This provision will end the abusive practices of these random source dealers finally and forever. The bill also continues the funding limitation on commercial horse slaughter inspections that has been in place since 2005. This evergreen provision will ensure the slaughtering of horses in the United States will never again be home to this inhumane, dangerous, and unneeded industry. Finally, I thank the chair for including language that directs FDA to strategically reduce non-human primates in its research and retire them to sanctuary. It is time for our country to move away from the cruel and often unnecessary tradition of primate research and to allow these significant creatures to spend the remainder of their lives in federal sanctuaries. In closing, I thank the hardworking subcommittee staff for their dedication to these issues and for their long hours to produce a good bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member, I want to thank you, Ranking Member Harris, I want to thank you for assembling a bipartisan bill that will help address important issues both in South Florida and across the country. I'm proud to be a member of this subcommittee, and although it might seem like a square peg in a round hole, agriculture is the #2 industry in the state of Florida, and so my participation in this subcommittee has not only been an education, but it's also been a pleasure. I'd especially like to commend the subcommittee for addressing nicotine addiction and the e-cigarette epidemic. The report urges the FDA to strengthen pre-market review of e-cigarettes and to provide updates on the proposed rule to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, products which affect kids and minority communities. Across the U.S., menthol has disproportionately affected the health of Black Americans, and in Florida, more than 25% of high school students use e-cigarettes. Every second we wait puts more families and children at risk. I'm encouraged by these inclusions, especially after the FDA has proposed to cut nicotine levels in cigarettes, as well as remove Juul products from the market. It's about time. Having lost both my mother last year and both of my grandmothers to lung cancer, all of whom were smokers during much of their lives, this is quite personal for me, as well as millions of others. Addicting another generation to nicotine is the height of evil. We must do all we can to prevent that. I'm also glad that the subcommittee has included language that addresses child cancer by encouraging the FDA to expand pediatric treatment options and engage more formally in international collaboration on pediatric drug development. Childhood cancer remains the leading cause of disease-related death in our children. As a cancer survivor and a mother who has spoken with countless families that must live with the devastating news that their child has cancer, I greatly appreciate this inclusion. I also commend the subcommittee for including language to address important issues relevant to women, such as encouraging a more patient-centric FDA approval process for polycystic ovary syndrome treatments and incentivizing the development of evidence-based treatments for this complex disorder, as well as combating disparities in access to quality breastfeeding supplies. Finally, thank you, Chairman Bishop, for including provisions that will help citrus growers respond to the challenges posed by pests, diseases, and hurricanes. These circumstances have resulted in a natural decline in the Brix level for Florida's mature oranges. This bill encourages both USDA and FDA to expedite work with Florida citrus growers and processors and other stakeholders as necessary to consider additional flexibility by modernizing requirements for pasteurized orange juice that better account for naturally occurring Brix variation. Florida is the orange juice capital of the world, so aren't you glad this provision is in this bill?
Oh.
Sorry, I had to do it. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. For these reasons, I support this bill and urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. We needed that levity. Ms. Lee of California.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me thank yourself and our ranking member for working together in an effort on all of our bills to make these bipartisan. And also thank you, Chairman Bishop, for your incredible leadership in crafting an equity-focused bill that reduces food insecurity, uplifts unserved communities, and strengthens consumer safety. I also want to thank Ranking Member Harris for helping to ensure that we bridge the rural-urban divide for all of our communities and farmers, including those in rural areas. This critical bill includes funding for over $27.2 billion to support programs and agencies that provide needed resources to individuals and families nationwide. The more than 8% increase over fiscal 22 reflects the growing needs of our urban, suburban, and rural communities. As we all know, longstanding widespread crisis of poverty and food insecurity that continues to impact countless families in the United States. We saw this especially during the height of the COVID pandemic, where those who had never had to ask for a helping hand were in their cars lined up to try to receive food baskets. And so, Mr. Chairman, this bill is extremely important, and I think the awareness about food insecurity became very clear during the height of the COVID pandemic. It represents, this bill, the tragic infant formula crisis, which has underscored the importance of ensuring that SNAP for women, infants, and children, those programs are robust. Once again, the COVID pandemic highlighted the desperate need of so many families, many of whom are middle income. This bill funds half of all formulas purchased nationwide. The bill also aims to provide targeted relief to those most vulnerable by appropriating $6 million in discretionary funding for WIC. I'd also like to thank the chair for inclusion of my report language supporting efforts to remove barriers to access SNAP and strengthen child nutrition programs. When many people are experiencing hunger, instituting roadblocks for assistance is especially cruel. Had we done that again with those long lines of people waiting for food during the height of the pandemic, if those barriers had been there, they would never have received the sustenance and the nutrition that they needed, and the food. This report language aims to remove outdated and needless barriers to assistance that people desperately need. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the chair's commitment to advancing equity at USDA through the continued support for Farming Opportunities Training and Outreach Program, which supports training and technical assistance for socially and disadvantaged and beginner farmers. It is imperative that we allocate the resources to better meet the needs of farmers from marginalized backgrounds, and there are many. The bill also includes $5 million for the Healthy Food Financing Initiative, a program that I got help in funding through this committee through the programmatic funding initiatives. This critical program, which actually was authorized by our Secretary of HUD, Secretary Marcia Fudge, the program provides loans and grants to financing and attract grocery stores and other fresh food retailers in low-income and food desert areas so that we can really expand access to healthy food. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including this. Lastly, I'd like to thank the chair for supporting advancements in urban agriculture, including $13.5 million, which is an increase of $5 million for the Urban Agriculture and Innovation Production Program, and report language to scale up vertical farming industry. I recently visited a new food distribution center and also a farmer's market, and I talked to some of the individuals there with booths and asked them where their farm was, thinking that it was maybe in the Central Valley, and they brought their produce into West Oakland. Lo and behold, the owner of this food distribution and of the greens and vegetables that she was selling, she told me, oh, my farm is 2 blocks down, right next to the freeway in West Oakland. And so, Mr. Chairman, there are plenty of farms now in my district in Oakland, California, and in Berkeley. So I'm proud to support this bill, which advances equity and mitigates food insecurity by expanding the federal food programs. And I thank you again, Mr. Chair, for your leadership, and I look forward to seeing this bill on the floor. Thank you again.
Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of this funding bill, and I'd like to thank Chairman Bishop as well as Ranking Member Harris for including many of my priorities to help Nevada families. As we all know and our constituents have seen, stress in our supply chain creates stress at the dinner table. And if we want to get serious about the rising costs of hardworking families are facing as they try to put food on the table, we need to strengthen our domestic food production and our supply chain, and this legislation will do just that, with provisions to bolster American food production and lower costs at the grocery store. But it goes even further to provide for families who need it the most. 6.2 million women and children are provided nutrition assistance under WIC, 5.6 billion school lunches and snacks for kids through child nutrition funding in this bill, and 43.5 million people use SNAP benefits to help put healthy groceries on the table for their families. These programs and these investments feed America's hardworking families and keep money in their pockets by lowering their costs. And I hope we can all recognize that in a moment like this, we absolutely must support our families and put politics aside, because in the wealthiest country in the world, no American should ever go hungry. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to voting to pass this funding.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank the Chair and the Ranking Member for the work they've done putting this bill together, and to all of the staff who I know do a lot of work. I'm so fortunate to be a member of this subcommittee and really appreciate the good work we've been able to do. The Chair did an excellent job outlining everything in this bill, so I won't repeat it, but the work in there on sustainable and organic agriculture, supporting our families with hunger issues, climate change partnerships with our farmers to make sure they're active participants in dealing with the challenges facing us, and the expansion of broadband, all very important. But I just want to bring up one particular funding item that's in the bill and thank the chair for assisting in this. There's $5 million in flexible use funding for the USDA to assist producers who are impacted by PFAS exposure. Now, this is a confusing topic sometimes, PFAS. They call it the forever chemical because, frankly, when you are exposed to it, it never goes away. And unfortunately, in my state, we've started to experience toxic levels of PFAS in many of our agricultural soils. So while Maine may be a leader in understanding and testing what's going on, this is coming to all of your states soon. This was a widely used chemical. And in our case, it's mostly found in land where sewage sludge has been spread, a practice that goes back to the 70s, and this was one chemical that wasn't tested for before that. So in our state, farmers are already facing the challenges, and our state is doing testing throughout the state in areas where sewage sludge has been spread, but we need assistance, and other states do as well, in the cost of testing, looking for mitigation techniques, better understanding what toxic levels are in the food they're producing. There's also language in the bill supporting PFAS research, flexibility in impacted farmer borrowers, and exploring the possibility of using the CRP program for this. It all goes to the USDA. It's flexible use funding, but it's important they become partners in dealing with our states on these issues and that they have the resources to do it. So I just want to thank the committee for helping with this and look forward to doing more work on it in the future. I yield back.
Mr. Ruppersberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Chairman Bishop, Acting Ranking Member Andy Harris, and the subcommittee staff, along with Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and their staff for all the hard work you have put into this bill. FY23 Agricultural Rural Development, Food, Drug Administration, and related agencies appropriations bill. I would like to highlight a few important items included in this year's bill. First, I'm pleased this bill includes Section 722, which protects patient care by requiring prescription drugs to come with printed paper formal labeling for package inserts. Paper formal package inserts are crucial in the event of severe weather or man-made disasters for prescribers and patients in rural areas, deployed military personnel, and senior citizens who may not have reliable access to internet or electronic labels. Printed package inserts help prevent accidental fatal drug interactions or adverse drug events. This provision protects public health and ensures all Americans have access to the information they need to safely take their prescriptions. Second, I'm pleased this bill includes language on SNAP application reporting. This language recognizes that Food and Nutrition Service does not have complete information on application denials related to drug felonies at the state level. It requests the Food and Drug Service to brief the committee on the limitations to this data collection and the cost and time a study to further improve the cost and time to improve the integrity of and access to domestic nutrition programs. While this bill is a positive first step, I would like to also see more data on SNAP fraud and skimming, a problem that is increasingly pervasive in my district. I look forward to having continued conversations to that end with the committee and USDA's Food and Nutrition Service on this important matter. I want to reiterate my strong support of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Bishop, whose leadership and broad vision are heavily essential to this committee and the American people. I also want to thank Ranking Member Harris for his bipartisan work to bring this FY23 Agriculture Appropriation Bill before us today. Ohio and agriculture are synonymous words. And this bill is an investment in the health of the American people, as well as our farmers, ranchers, and agricultural workers and producers who make and grow what makes and grows America. We know families and seniors are hurting with rising prices at the grocery store, and this bill takes direct action to lower costs and improve quality of life. By increasing funding for essential food and nutrition programs such as the Emergency Food Assistance Program being increased by $20 million, and the Women, Infant, and Children's Farmers Market Nutrition Program being increased by $4 million, Chairman Bishop ensures that food-short Americans, small and local farmers, and food banks and pantries are at the heart of this bill. This bill also pushes USDA to procure local food for the department's vast array of programs from local farmers so that small farmers benefit from these federal investments and their communities enjoy locally produced nutritious food. We have a long way to go to be completely successful there, but we've made some giant steps. I'm pleased this bill also places great emphasis on the long-term health of the Great Lakes, the world's largest body of fresh water. By having ARS, the Agricultural Research Service, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service develop and report back on precise imaging technologies for better assessment and identification of harmful algal blooms, the Great Lakes, and Lake Erie in particular, will have a much brighter future ahead, with all being able to appreciate the beauty of the lake, but also the fact that it collects water from the largest drainage basin in the entire Great Lakes. It is threatened. This bill also recognizes the quality of water and soil health that our farmers use as essential in short and long-term sustenance of our communities depend on that good relationship. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for the $5 million increase in the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. Technologies with new growing systems such as solar power, drip irrigation, and urban production chambers and sites is truly exciting to witness, and I want to endorse what Congresswoman Lee and others have said here this morning, that communities being empowered to grow their own fresh and healthy fruits and vegetables in their own neighborhoods is a gift that just simply doesn't stop giving. We've got to pay more attention to it. And while the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program is authorized through the Farm Bill, and this committee has appropriated the full amount, truly, it is so little compared to what the subscription rate could be. I want to take a moment to speak on this extremely popular but underfunded program. Through the allocation of $50 coupons, the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program ensures seniors are able to buy healthy produce from local farmers, benefiting both. It truly is one of the most popular and effective programs I have ever seen. It circulates federal funds to local farmers and, of course, benefits those who procure their produce. I look forward to working with the authorizing and appropriation committees to increase funding for this program in the next Farm Bill to meet the large numbers who qualify but simply cannot benefit from this program because it isn't funded at the proper level, and the kind of help it really gives to local agriculture. I want to thank you again, Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Harris, for an excellent bill. It truly delivers for the American people, especially when they need it like now. I yield back.
Ms. Lawrence.
I want to thank the committee chair for his tireless work and all the things that he has brought to the table. I want to speak as a representative representing a large urban area, in addition to one of the representatives that I serve with, Ms. Capter, and being the protector of safe drinking water. As we look at this agricultural funding, and we look at the impact of broadband, we looked at the fact of rural communities getting access to rural broadband. When we look at infrastructure, we know that under this administration, we've had the largest investment in infrastructure in decades in this country, and that infrastructure is critical to sustain our rural water systems and waste programs. And I repeatedly remind people that clean, safe, and affordable water is not a luxury, it is a necessity for life. And so I just want to compliment this body and the Biden administration for making the investment in our water infrastructure one that we're doing more than just saying the nice things, we are actually investing in it. And as my colleague said, the fact that we are one of the richest countries in the world, that hunger in America should not exist. And this is a time that we can step up and ensure that the least of us will have safe, clean, and affordable water and have access to food. I want to say thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? With that, seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bishop to offer a manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk entitled Bishop Number 1.
Amendment from Mr. Bishop, number 1.
Madam Chair, I ask that the clerk dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Before you is the manager's amendment making non-controversial technical changes and addressing a number of member requests in the bill and the report. The amendment has been drafted in close consultation and cooperation with Acting Ranking Member Harris and the minority, and I urge its adoption.
Mr. Harris? Ranking Member Harris is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the chair for offering the manager's amendment, particularly to deal with the specialty crop insurance program and the problems that were there, and for using a pay-for that doesn't include the research services. I think that when we look for monies in the budget, we should preserve agricultural research because it's so important. So I thank the chair.
Heard on the amendment? Not, I recognize Mr. Bishop to close. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Okay, hang on a second. Are there further amendments? Mr. Harris?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Harris number 1, and I move for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Okay. The gentleman is recognized for time on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, this committee deals with Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the largest nutrition program in the government. But we have to realize that chronic conditions are far too common among American adult patients. 37 million Americans, for instance, have diabetes. It's almost 1 in 10. 90 to 95% having type 2. 1 in 5 adults have hypertension. And we, of course, have one of the highest obesity rates in the world. We really must do more to promote prevention through a healthy diet and exercise. As we saw during our experience with COVID, these preventable chronic conditions can put patients at much higher risk of serious complications and poor outcomes in comparison to their healthy counterparts. That's why I've introduced this amendment that would request that the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine conduct a report to inform this committee of what the public health outcomes may be if we allow the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program participants to use their benefits for everything but largely unhealthy products that are known to contribute to chronic conditions like diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. This report would inform Congress on different legislative options to encourage healthy food purchases. For instance, we have something called the Thrifty Food Plan that the USDA published in 2021 that outlines the categories of what a healthy, thrifty food plan should be to the American family and indicates which part of the American diet that actually contribute to some of the problems that we see health-wise. So this amendment would help us better understand the public health implications of investing in chronic disease prevention through the largest domestic food and nutrition assistance program we fund, and I think it's time that we look to doing something to send a signal about healthy diet and to encourage a healthy diet through our food programs. So I will yield back the time and just indicate to the chair that I do intend to withdraw the amendment if there is further discussion.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise reluctantly in opposition to this amendment. The committee has long supported measures to ensure that families across the country can put healthy, nutritious meals on the table. And while I oppose the amendment, I will continue to work with the ranking member to ensure that SNAP is doing all that it can to encourage healthy eating options for the participants. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? The gentleman want to close?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the chairman of the subcommittee for offering to work on this issue. I think there are ways that we can study what we should be providing under these programs and how they could affect American health and send a signal that we care about American nutrition, their diet, and their health. And I make a motion to withdraw the amendment.
Motion is accepted, and the gentleman withdraws the motion. Are there further amendments? Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask the reading be dispensed with.
The gentleman is recognized. Speak on his amendment.
Thank you. Last December, we made history for everyone living with ALS when President Biden signed the Act for ALS into law. One of the hallmarks of our bill, and I really mean our bill, it was an extraordinary bipartisan effort. We talk about working across the aisle. In this case, there really was no aisle, as everyone in this room voted for it, is to provide grants through FDA to speed development of treatments for ALS and other rare neurodegenerative diseases. As of yesterday, 6 months have passed since Act for ALS became law, and as of today, the FDA has communicated to us no progress in implementing this grant program, in spite of receiving seed money for it in our fiscal year 2022 appropriations bill. ALS patients, researchers, families, and constituents in each of our districts are crying out for the urgency in solving this cruel disease. My amendment, which I intend to withdraw, would provide full dedicated funding for the Rare Neurodegenerative Disease Grant Program at FDA. I am concerned that we have seen no action from FDA in using funds we have previously secured to implement the program. I am extremely grateful to Chairman Bishop and all my colleagues on this committee for your shared commitment to ending ALS, and I'm particularly grateful for your work to ensure that the funds we provide to the Orphan Product Grant Program are available to help cure ALS. I look forward to FDA getting this critical research program off the ground and look forward to working with you to ensure that it has dedicated full funding as the program matures. I do withdraw the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Bishop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman for offering and withdrawing the amendment. I applaud your tireless efforts on this issue. The bill includes an increase of $5 million for these efforts at FDA. And while I recognize that it might not hit the desired level, it still represents a 47% increase over the fiscal year 21 level. I look forward to continuing to work with you to highlight the importance of this program and ensure that FDA has resources to continue the fight against these terrible diseases. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Harris? Is there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? I would just say to you, Mr. Quigley, thank you. Thank you for your, as the chair pointed out, tireless and fierce advocacy on behalf of ALS patients. They deserve no less, and it is debilitating, as we know, and we need to deal with the time and the effort and the resources to bring some reasonable solace to their lives and hopefully and potentially someday a breakthrough on discovery to cure. So thank you so much. The amendment, as gentleman has withdrawn. Are there further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We go back.
Okay.
I'm going back to Mr. Harris, and then we try to be balanced here.
You're doing a good job, Chairwoman.
One on the other side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Harris Amendment Number 2, and I ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, there is a crisis of trust in the FDA and the CDC in this country because there's perceived politicization of what should have no appearance of politicization, decisions that should be made only on science. So I have an amendment here based on the alarm I have at the actions that the FDA has taken to make permanent a temporary COVID policy that allowed for the delivery of the abortion pill mifepristone by mail or through telemedicine. And to review the history briefly, when generic mifepristone was requested to be licensed through the FDA, in 2019 the FDA made the decision it would license it. It would require face-to-face contact with the provider because of the serious side effects that can occur. And the prior administration, realizing that COVID interfered with face-to-face contact, actually suspended enforcement of that policy. New administration comes in, and instead of merely just extending the non-enforcement of the REMS, which is what that policy was called, it called for a permanent ending of the policy, with the appearance that, again, the FDA was acting politically and not based on science. That REMS requirement that mifepristone be dispensed only in certain healthcare settings, specifically in clinics, medical offices, and hospitals, exists because there are serious side effects and complications that can occur to the drug when the drug is taken, especially the potential for hemorrhage, so that it would establish a provider relationship so that if a serious side effect occurred, it could be taken care of. In fact, over the course of licensing in America, over 26 women have actually died from taking the drug, yet this FDA change allows this drug to be done by mail order. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in 2019, 42% of all abortions in the United States occurred with this medication. So even with REMS restrictions in place, it certainly was accessible. So accessibility was not apparently an issue. But with FDA's decision to suspend in-person dispensing of this drug, more women will see chemical abortions. If they don't have to visit a provider for the pills, they can just go online, putting them at risk of not establishing the provider relationship in case a serious side effect occurs that could in fact require intervention, again, especially in the case of hemorrhage, a known complication of the drug. My amendment reverses that permanent change in policy. The FDA could still have a non-enforcement in place for the duration of the public health emergency, which again is what the previous administration did. It does not ban the drug, only the mail-order nature of its dispensing. We have to reestablish trust in the FDA and CDC. And when the FDA makes what looks to be a political decision, as this decision was made, I think that we have to do what we can to restore that trust. So I urge my colleagues, again, to protect the women who have obtained the drug. Again, 42% of abortions in 2019, medical abortions using RU-486, to protect those women through the REMS protocol through FDA, and restore a scientific basis, not political basis, for FDA decisions. And I yield back.
Bishop.
Madam Chair, I rise to oppose the amendment. After careful review of the risk evaluation and mitigation strategy for mifepristone, which is used to medically terminate pregnancies, the FDA concluded that the in-person dispensing requirement for the drug was overly burdensome for patient access and for healthcare delivery systems. That review included a literature search that found 4 publications with relevant clinical data, all of which showing no increases in serious safety concerns. In addition, FDA also reviewed recent data on adverse events and found that when the in-person dispensing requirement was first removed in 2020, the data did not show any increases in reported adverse events. Based on continual monitoring, FDA made the decision to permanently remove the in-person dispensing requirement in December of last year. The data from FDA is clear. I oppose the amendment, and I ask others to do the same.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, and I thank the chair for his comments on it. I would only say that it would have been more appropriate, I think, and again, establishing trust in the FDA, if they merely continued the pause in enforcement of REMS instead of making a very permanent change based on what is really less than 1 year of data. Again, this is a drug that's been licensed since 1988 overseas, licensed since the early 2000s here, and yet made a change right after a change of administration on only 1 year of data. I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 26. The nays are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments?
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Ryan?
Chair. I have an amendment at the desk
Clerk,
entitled
will you-
Ryan 1.
Clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment from Mrs.
I ask that the
Ryan.
clerk dispense with the reading.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is to provide additional resources for the Farm Worker and Food Worker Grant Relief Program, getting that number to $50 million. The USDA piloted this program to support the necessary expenses incurred during the pandemic. incurred by farm and food frontline workers, and it has drawn immense interest as it supports those essential frontline workers. Unfortunately, the program is not fully funded and will not be able to support all grocery workers who apply. This amendment helps extend additional assistance to those workers. The program recognizes the challenges frontline workers overcame and took on significant personal risk to ensure Americans could feed and sustain their families throughout the pandemic. I think all of us through the pandemic were impressed by the courage of those frontline workers in the middle of a pandemic as we were trying to go out and buy food. So this amendment keeps the food chain running smoothly, shows our support for those frontline workers, and for these reasons, I ask you to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. As my colleague mentioned, this is an underfunded cohort of the program, and additional assistance will help grocery store workers with necessary pandemic-related health and safety costs. The amendment recognizes the service and the sacrifices of our country's essential food workers by providing the critical financial support that they need. This is a common-sense measure, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Look, every sector of the workforce has experienced some level of challenge and out-of-pocket expense due to the pandemic. This amendment doesn't say how this individual is going to show that they actually had this expenses. Our belief it'll just be through attestation. Well, if that's true, then reimbursing people who simply have to attest that they had expenses for personal protective equipment during the pandemic is certainly not a prudent use of taxpayer dollars. The last thing we probably need to do is create another government handout with potential for fraud without even the ability to investigate it. Because that's what happens if it's personal attestation. You attest to it, what are you going to say? You don't have to show any evidence, just by the way it's implemented. There's no accountability, no oversight, and I don't believe this belongs in an agriculture appropriations bill, so I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? I recognize myself. I rise in support of the amendment submitted by our colleague, Representative Ryan. America's grocery workers have been on the front line since the pandemic began, risking their health every day to keep our food supply secure and families fed during the crisis. As new variants continue to develop, we need to provide continuous support to frontline essential workers in grocery stores. This amendment would provide the United States Department of Agriculture $50 million for the Farm Worker and Food Worker Relief Grant Program, providing grocery workers with funds to buy personal protective equipment. To keep the food chain running smoothly, we must support these frontline workers, keep them safe, and this amendment and this investment would do just that. Are there further? If not, the gentleman from Ohio. Are there other members wishing to comment on the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ferrera-Butler. A question.
I just wanted to ask a question of clarification. Is this, it's retroactive? It's a $50 million to spend retroactively, or is it $50 million prospectively? Like for equipment acquired going forward, or is this is all for backwards?
It's retroactive.
It's retroactive. Then, Madam Chair, I think it's important to note that though I've heard people talk about budget dust in Congress before, but $50 million at a time when I would argue that most workers right now are concerned with the cost of gas to get to work, not maybe thinking about going backwards to a time that we've kind of all come through. I would argue that maybe this isn't the best time to be putting this money here. There are so many other priorities that would allow us maybe to help them with the cost of gas or inflation. Maybe not spending it might help with that. And workers, from what they're telling me, this might be one of those opportunities for Congress to support them in a way. So unfortunately, reluctantly, because I admired the amendment's author, I'll be urging folks to vote no.
The gentlelady's concern, I thank the chair for yielding. This relief is is intended to defray costs for reasonable and necessary personal, family, or living expenses related to the COVID pandemic, such as costs for personal protective equipment, dependent care, and expenses associated with quarantines and testing. And of course, it's flexible enough to include the gas costs.
There is no further debate. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just end by saying, these workers were out there when we needed them. They were showing up to work every single day. They had masks on. We were very uncertain about what was going on with the pandemic. They were doing their job. They were the heroes. They were the essential workers. And I think this is an opportunity for us to put a few bucks in their pocket. These aren't workers that make, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. These are working class people in poor communities and middle class communities. I think this is appropriate for us to make sure that we get a few dollars to them because they were coming out of pocket. So I urge everybody to support this amendment. I think it's a values issue on how we treat our workers in this country, and I think this is making a significant statement that we care about them and we want to try to help them the best we can. So with that, I yield back to balance my time and urge a yes vote.
This is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being supported. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ.
Yes.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo.
No.
Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart.
No.
Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
The clerk will tally. The yeas are 32, the nays are 26, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Fleischman.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment for Mr. Fleischman.
Accepted as read.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized to speak on his vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment that would prohibit funds made available by this act from being used to enforce any provision or policy that would decrease the stocks-to-use ration for sugar to less than 15.5%. Madam Chair, in the interest of time and venue, I'm going to offer and withdraw this amendment, but I would respectfully like to be heard briefly on this. We are all aware of the massive supply chain disruptions currently facing this country. Sugar shortages are imminent due to these disruptions, and my amendment would ensure more predictability and balance to the U.S. sugar market. This amendment would provide the USDA more flexibility in administering domestic sales quotas, thereby making it easier to meet varying demand. I fully understand that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have different opinions as how best to address this issue and what vehicle this amendment would be best suited for. So in an effort to continue these conversations in a very productive and furtive manner, I will withdraw my amendment at this time and ask that we continue discussing this important topic at a later time. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose the amendment. Actually, this falls under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Authorizing Committee, not the Appropriations Committee. And we are in the process on the Authorizing Committee of addressing issues like this in the upcoming Farm Bill. So the matter will be discussed at length, I assure the gentleman, and we look forward to continuing these discussions going forward. We would like to have our agriculture continue to be the highest quality, the safest, the most abundant, and the most high quality food and fiber anywhere in the world. And I think this conversation will contribute to that as we move into the Farm Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee for allowing us to have a brief debate on this issue, certainly not a new issue to Congress or the committee, and I yield back.
Any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I thank the gentleman for withdrawing this amendment. My home state of Minnesota is #1 in sugar beet production, and that means that my rural economy would have taken a direct hit. So I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing this. I would just point out that American-grown sugar creates 151,000 jobs in more than 24 states, and that's $32 billion in annual income activity, especially in rural districts. And those rural districts are dependent upon the producers and the farmers in that area to keep their hospitals and schools moving forward. So we need to make sure that we protect those jobs here, because we do know that countries in India and Brazil regularly dump surplus in the global food market. And this program, I would emphasize, this program, this policy is designed to operate at no cost to the taxpayers. So I thank the gentleman and I thank the chair for giving me the time.
There's no further debate. The gentleman from Tennessee. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Letlow.
Madam Chair, as a member from Louisiana, one of the leading states in sugarcane production, I'd like to take this opportunity to express the importance of the current sugar policy for the U.S. industry and farmers back home in my district and across the state. U.S. sugar policy ensures our hardworking farmers can continue supplying the country, American households, and food manufacturers with a reliable, resilient source of sugar during times of record inflation and supply chain issues at no cost to the taxpayer. Our domestic sugar industry generates approximately 151,000 good-paying jobs in more than 24 states and contributes $23 billion to the U.S. economy. Many rural communities and small independent businesses across this nation depend on America's sugar producers for their livelihood. Without the current sugar policy in place, our farmers ultimately cannot compete with an unlimited amount of heavily subsidized supply of sugar from foreign countries being dumped onto the U.S. market. On behalf of American consumers and our family farmers, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me time to speak on this today. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to associate myself with the gentlewoman from Louisiana's remarks wholeheartedly. I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized to close.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleagues for engaging in this brief but very important debate. And I, for one, do laud and thank our great cane and beet producers in our great United States. And I would just be mindful that we have bakers, we have confectioners, we have others who depend on a reliable and lower cost for sugar in this nation. And I would just hope as we go further with this great debate, as I allude to, and thank the chair for talking about this, that we be mindful of all issues and all parties involved. And with that, I withdraw my amendment and I yield back.
Are there further amendments? Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Further amendments?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
An amendment from Mr. Cuellar.
I seek unanimous consent to consider
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment that will ask for a study on the working conditions for farm workers women. And I appreciate the chairman and the ranking member if they can work with me. It's basically just to look at the working conditions for women farm workers who apparently there are some reports that sexual assault and exploitation in the workplace. So all I'm asking is that the USDA conduct a study to look at the conditions, any challenges for that some of the women farm workers might face, including sexual assault, and then ask USDA to give us some recommendations as to how we can improve that program. There is some money available. As you know, Secretary Vilsack did announce that there's $65 million for a pilot program when he made that announcement at the Summit of Americas to look at some of the conditions. So all we're asking is, in addition to that, the study to look at farm workers' condition, make sure that they include sexual assault. I know I've talked to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, Tony Gonzalez, and believe he is supportive of this amendment also.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. The amendment requests a study towards improving working conditions for our farm workers. And that includes women farm workers who can be subjected to sexual assault and exploitation. This amendment would help provide a better understanding of the conditions and the recommendations on improvements for those working conditions. For these reasons, I would urge support of the amendment.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my two colleagues for bringing this issue forward. Look, we should have this kind of study done for wherever women work in the workplace. There is no setting under which sexual assault or exploitation should be acceptable in America. So I rise with strong support of this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you wish to be heard on your amendment?
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my good friend Congressman Cuellar's amendment to protect vulnerable female agricultural workers from sexual assault and abuse. Migrant workers play a vital role in harvesting crops and ensuring Americans have food on their plates. Unfortunately, female ag workers are at a heightened risk of sexual abuse while working on farms and ranches across America. Mr. Cuellar's amendment encourages the USDA to identify and deploy resources that will prevent female ag workers from facing sexual assault. I encourage my colleagues here today, both Democrat and Republicans, to join Mr. Cuellar and myself in protecting vulnerable female ag workers across the country. And I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Yes, thank Mr. Gonzalez, thank Mr. Harris, and thank my chairman, and thank you. I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Ms. Hinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson, amendment number 1, and I'd ask the reading be dispensed with.
The gentlewoman is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple. It provides $15 million to help stop the opioid crisis ravishing our country. I'm really excited about this because I do think we can get some bipartisan support behind this because it does impact every single one of our districts across the country. According to the CDC, fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 49. More than 100,000 people per year are dying from overdoses and fentanyl poisonings. Opioids are claiming lives in every single state. The DEA's data reveals that the most recent cases of fentanyl-related harm, overdose, and death in the U.S. are linked directly to illegally made fentanyl. And I think we can all agree that in order to stop this illicit fentanyl crisis, we have to take action here. And I don't think I think, again, there's a lot of agreement on that in this room. So I think we should take a look at some serious questions associated with this illicit fentanyl crisis. So first question to everyone who's making this fentanyl. We know it's China. China is the #1 source of illegal fentanyl in the United States. How is it getting into our communities here in the U.S.? Well, it's being illegally shipped through international mail. It is being trafficked across our southern border. And we know this because the DEA is reporting on that extensively. So we know it's a problem. We know where it's coming from. But how big of a problem is it? Well, in the first 8 months of this fiscal year, CBP already seized 7,745 pounds of fentanyl coming into our country. That's about 3,500 kilograms. And so to just put that in perspective, just 1 kilogram of fentanyl has the potential to kill 500,000 people. 1,000 milligrams of fentanyl, that's about the size of this sugar packet right here, that could kill 500 people. We're talking about thousands and thousands of pounds. So now we have the CCP and the cartels teaming up to get this fentanyl into our country, and Americans in our communities are paying the price for that. So the good news here is that we have agencies that are doing work on the problem. The bad news is they are not very coordinated in doing so. They can definitely be doing better there. And so that's exactly where my amendment comes into play. It takes $15 million from other FDA funds. So yes, it is paid for. It's offset. And it ensures that we are tackling this problem with our agencies to get them to work together. So again, I want to read directly from my amendment. $15 million shall be used for coordinating programs and activities of the Food and Drug Administration with those of the Drug Enforcement Agency and U.S. Customs and Border Protection to combat the illicit importation of opioids, including fentanyl, through international mail facilities and land ports of entry. So I think this amendment makes a lot of sense for our constituents. It reflects a shared priority in stopping this illicit fentanyl from coming into our country, and it is fully offset in helping our agencies work together. So I think we should all support this amendment. We can make a real difference in fighting against fentanyl. So I would ask my colleagues in the room to support this amendment. And Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank the lady for offering this amendment. I rise in support of the amendment. I appreciate my colleague highlighting the important work that FDA conducts to combat opioids at international mail facilities, which are responsible for processing all mail that arrives from abroad. FDA provides frontline defense at these facilities, not just against illicit opioids, but against all illegal, illicit, and unapproved drugs. Since fiscal year 2020, we've provided $16 million toward increasing FDA's presence and capabilities at international mail facilities. And we also include an additional $8 million in this year's mark as well. My colleague's amendment will add additional resources, 15 million more, to the fight and continue the tradition set by this bill in strengthening FDA's role at international mail facilities. I support the amendment, and I ask others to do the same.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. You know, as Americans suffer the impacts of increasing prices and supply chain shortages on products like infant formula, refined fuels, semiconductors, there's one product that isn't facing increasing prices or supply chain pressures, and that's deadly fentanyl crossing our southern border. Criminal drug networks are mass-producing fake pills and falsely marketing them as legitimate prescription pills to deceive the American public. Alarmingly, these counterfeit pills are cheap, easily accessible, and often sold on social media and e-commerce platforms where they can even be accessed by minors. They mimic prescription opioids. They could have a little bit of real ingredients or none at all, but they are frequently laced with fentanyl. You know, the administration has been weak on combating the growing fentanyl crisis and its flow across our southern border, and this amendment makes it a priority for FDA to collaborate with DEA and U.S. Customs and Border Protection to deter the availability of dangerous illegal opioids and hopefully save American lives. I yield back.
Mr. Trone? Are there other members wishing to be heard? Mr. Trone, and I must have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentlewoman's amendment. For a long time, I have said that the opioid epidemic is one of the most significant threats to the health and well-being of Americans. This past year, I was proud to serve as the co-chair of the bipartisan bicameral Commission on Combating Synthetic Opioid Trafficking, along with my friend Fred Upton and Senators Ed Markey and Tom Cotton. In February, we released a report detailing steps we as a nation can take to tackle the opioid crisis head-on. We cannot walk through all 76 recommendations we made in our final report, but the conclusion was simple. We can and must do more. The lives of our friends and families depend on it. Last year, more than 107,000 Americans died of drug overdoses, the majority of those linked to fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. In March, fentanyl became the leading cause of death for Americans 18 to 45. While 15 million won't solve the problem, every dollar counts. I appreciate Ms. Henson for her work and her attention to this issue, as well as for offering up this important amendment. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to associate myself with the other comments were made. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. The crisis at our southern border has widely spiraled out of control, as we know, and its impacts are being felt well beyond the borders. In particular, we've seen, as been mentioned, a surge in the fentanyl-related deaths in communities not just around the borders, but in all over the United States of America. We've also seen more evidence that much of this fentanyl is not only being manufactured in China, but also being exploited on our borders that makes worse the situation all across the United States. So with that, I'll support the amendment and I yield back.
Yes, I just rise in support of the amendment and this insidious enemy attacks in each of the communities that we represent. I asked one of the leading chiefs of police that I represent, I said, what's the connection and crime in our community between gun violence and drugs? And he said 100%. So if we look across our country with a lot of the gun violence that we witness, a lot of the terrible, terrible deaths, the fights and so forth that occur, what a national disgrace. So I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment and rise in support.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam. I rise in support of this amendment. I thank the gentlelady for offering it. We're all aware of the horrifying increase in opioid overdose deaths in our country. Over 100,000 lives lost in just 1 year. In my home state of Kentucky, 2,250 Kentuckians lost their lives to an overdose in 2021. The first time our state has seen over 2,000 overdoses in a single year. And 73% of those deaths in Kentucky were due to fentanyl, 73%. We simply must stop this poison from entering our country. The DEA has reported a 7-fold increase in the number of fentanyl-laced counterfeit pills seized at the border, from 2.6 million in fiscal 19 to 20 million in fiscal 21. And 4 out of every 10 pills the DEA seized contained a potentially lethal dose of fentanyl. One pill can kill. It's therefore absolutely essential FDA increases coordination with CPB and DEA to detect fentanyl entering our country at international mail facilities and ports of entry. This amendment will direct FDA to do exactly that. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you to my colleagues for speaking in support of this amendment. We're talking about life-ending drugs, and we can make life-saving investments here with this amendment. It's a unique opportunity. I believe the FDA already has the funds it needs for administrative overhead already. What our taxpayers and what our constituents need us to do is really use these funds to stem that flow of the life-ending opioids that are coming across our southern border into our country. We also know it's not just China, it's India, it's Mexico, it's other countries that are entering into this, this entrepreneurial spirit, I guess you'd call it, and this $15 million will help coordinate our agency's efforts to really stand up against this. It's a step in the right direction. So I think that this is the right step to helping stem the flow at our southern border and make sure our agencies are better cooperating together. So with that, I urge support of this amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opinion of the chair? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Hinson Amendment Number 2, and I would ask the reading be dispensed with.
Okay, the gentlewoman is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment would urge cooperation between USDA and the FDA to streamline innovation in the agricultural community, particularly as our country faces the threat of food insecurity. The need for innovation right now is at an all-time high. Our farmers in Iowa work very hard every day in, day out, to feed and fuel the world. And as our farmers are facing challenges like the global supply chain disruptions, animal disease, which we've seen a lot of with avian influenza in the state, climate-focused farming restrictions, it is essential that federal policies truly empower our research institutions and innovation to help meet our growing domestic demand for food. As my colleagues that represent farming and agriculture districts know, genetic editing is an impressive solution that really enables the country's agricultural producers to help create healthy and sustainable solutions for our food supply. Livestock genetic editing is implemented in cattle and pork raised in Iowa. These solutions are researched and overseen by veterinarians throughout the farming community. So unfortunately, the FDA's current regulatory approach is not working to help with this. Agriculture experts at the USDA should absolutely be involved in the FDA's conversations about gene editing, but instead, right now, they are being sidelined in this process. American families need to be clear here that the access to food should not be threatened. There's more we can do to make sure that it is not, particularly when inefficiencies can be resolved by the federal government's inclusion of an agricultural perspective at the table. So I'm confident we can, again, provide this perspective together through my amendment. And again, this is about agencies cooperating and working together to help ensure the resiliency of our food supply. So with that, I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment. It's good for agriculture and for our food supply, and I would yield back.
Mr. Bishop.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. The amendment addresses which agency has regulatory authority over genetically modified animals. This is an important issue. We need to ensure that coordination is properly carried out. The decision on where this authority rests continues to evolve, but I support my colleagues' intent to ensure that the agencies collaborate. For these reasons, I would urge support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support of this amendment. This report language seeks to ensure coordination between USDA and FDA when regulations are developed regarding livestock gene editing. It's just common sense to ensure that these agencies work together with a common goal in these regulations. I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Booster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment offered by my colleague from across the Mississippi River in Iowa. Livestock gene editing has the potential to put the United States on the leading edge of animal agriculture by making our herds more resilient to disease and more productive. This bipartisan amendment contains straightforward language directing the U.S. Department of Agriculture to work in close collaboration with the Food and Drug Administration to help streamline regulation for livestock gene editing so we can get these technologies to market safely and efficiently. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Wishing to be heard. If not, the gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the support and from my colleagues across the aisle, and I think we're going to really be able to make a difference here in long-term investment in ensuring resiliency. Again, this is about making sure that USDA and FDA are really swimming in the same direction when it comes to increasing efficiencies here and also the rollout of ag innovations in this space. In the past couple of months alone, obviously, we have had a front row seat to seeing what these threats to our food supply look like, whether it's foreign wars, again, these global diseases, and then domestic cybersecurity attacks on some of our producers as well. That all can impact access to food for families across our country. So, again, by fixing this, or at least trying to fix this problem, we can hopefully ensure that our farmers are empowered to help utilize the research and science to help create a more stable domestic food supply. So I urge everyone's support for this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments to be offered? Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask for unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Sorry. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam
Speak on
Chair.
his amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment would allow pharmacies to choose between receiving digital or paper prescribing information from drug manufacturers. Currently, the FDA requires drug manufacturers to provide pharmacists with prescription information to explain the safe and effective use of a drug. Prescribing inserts are only for physicians and pharmacists. I want to be very clear about this. We're only talking about the prescribing inserts that are going to pharmacists and doctors, not to the patient. These inserts are not the labeling patients receive with their medication. Again, just want to stress that. In 2014, the FDA proposed a common sense rule to allow this information to be delivered predominantly and primarily through digital form rather than by paper. However, since 2015, language in the Ag Appropriations Bill has blocked the FDA from modernizing prescription labeling requirements, which would improve the speed and effectiveness of patient care in delivery. This rider benefits just one narrow sector of the paper industry to the detriment of patient safety, also to the detriment of the environment, and it adds unnecessary costs. Just to put this in perspective, we're talking about a cost of $100 million a year just on this insert paper, again, insert paper that's going to pharmacists and doctors who could receive this digitally. Let's talk about safety. Access to electronic labeling of prescription information will ensure providers have access to the most up-to-date information virtually instantly, instead of waiting 8 to 12 months to go back and change the paper form, print it, develop it, and get that out, which it now takes. That's why this amendment is supported by the American Pharmacists Association and the National Association of Chain Drugstores. Further, digital delivery is much better for the environment, which I know is a priority for everybody in this room. I just want to quote the Sierra Club, which is an organization I don't often quote, Madam Chair. But according to the Sierra Club, 90 billion pieces of paper are wasted due to this rider. 90 billion pieces of paper a year. If we eliminate this, we're going to have smaller shipping packages, which will minimize greenhouse gases. And the Sierra Club estimates the savings will be 4.8 million trees each year. We're talking about an actual environmental benefit if we do this. So, Madam Chair, my amendment ensures pharmacies that still want to receive paper prescribing information can continue to do so, including communities or ones in rural communities and ones that may not have access to broadband. The pharmacist or the doctor's office can always request the paper copy. So I urge a yes on this vote, or I urge a yes on the amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise to oppose the amendment. This amendment would modify Section 722 and would lead to FDA starting a new rulemaking process to require electronic distribution of information. The original rule that FDA proposed would have completely prohibited paper labeling for healthcare providers and prescribers. At the time, concerns were raised that this could have negatively impacted healthcare providers or pharmacies that do rely on paper, particularly in rural areas where they have limited access to internet. It has been a number of years since this proposal was introduced, and while I appreciate that we are revisiting this issue today, I'd also like to note that those original concerns still persist today. We're working tirelessly to try to connect every community anywhere in this country to the internet, but it has not yet been accomplished. And I appreciate that this modification tries to strike a balance, but I want to be cognizant and supportive of areas that still rely on provided printed information. And that information is necessary in order to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of Americans who live in our rural communities across this country. And for those reasons, I reluctantly oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Mr. Harris. Thank you very much. I rise in support of this carefully crafted amendment. To be clear, this amendment does not prohibit or end the ability for prescribers to receive paper-based pharmaceutical prescribing information, which, as the subcommittee chair indicated, may be important in rural areas. And again, this amendment does not prohibit or end that ability. But this amendment does allow the FDA to move forward with rulemaking that would provide the option for prescribers to receive this information electronically, which is, of course, as the author of the amendment pointed out, usually the most up-to-date information available, certainly which should be allowed in a 21st century digital environment. This is a common-sense amendment that provides options, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to strongly oppose this amendment and want to give my reasons for it. You know, virtually all of us represent some part of rural America. For those of you who don't, you may have some of the similar issues that we do. A state like Maine, we're about 49th in accessibility on broadband and 49th on speed. So while broadband is an issue that comes up for almost everyone in this committee, people talk about it all the time. The chair said the Ag Committee, the Ag Appropriations Committee, they're working very hard to make sure that we have access to broadband in all parts of this country. But if you're from a state that's almost at the bottom in access to broadband, there is no way you can count on making sure you have access to it all the time. So while it's a great idea to make sure all the information is constantly online, and nothing would prohibit that, taking away the opportunity for a paper insert that is available to prescribers, to pharmacies in rural areas, is critical and essential. We were talking about this earlier, and one of my colleagues described it as, you go to a pharmacy, and we have a lot of rural pharmacies that don't prescribe a wide range of prescriptions, and something new comes up, or something that they want to understand how it will react with your other 3 medications or your 5 medications. They take out the book, they look at the latest piece of information that they've gotten from the pharmaceutical manufacturers, and I guarantee you, they get a new one to them every time something changes. They're getting the paper every time it changes, and they open it up and they look at what we'll do. They make sure that they're considering all safety for their patients, for the people they prescribe to. They make sure they have that information. So until we can say that everyone has access to electronic information all the time, I don't know why we're arguing that we should take this away. It's something that can still be available online, but in my state in particular, and I'm sure this is true in many of yours, there are times when you cannot, when you're in an area that doesn't have adequate access, when the speed isn't good enough, you have adverse weather events, and suddenly there's no access to the internet. Who hasn't experienced that? So I think it's critical we leave the language in this bill. I think it's important in rural states, but honestly, it's important everywhere. So I yield back my time.
Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
I thank my colleague from Texas. I just want to be clear about something. We're not taking anything away here. We're giving the pharmacy and the doctor's office the option of receiving this through electronic copy. I represent a rural area too, or at least parts of my district are rural. If there's a pharmacy that doesn't have the best access to broadband, they can just request the paper be sent. Again, we're not depriving anybody of receiving this paper copy. We're just giving options. Much like with your bank statements. If you want to receive your bank statements through paper, you can choose that option. Most of us choose to get it electronically because it saves paper and it's much easier and much more efficient. Additionally, I really want to be clear about this. This does not pertain to patients. We are solely talking about information that's going directly to pharmacies and doctors' offices. So thank you. I yield back.
Time to close?
I will take just a second to close, Madam Chair. Maybe more than just a second. Look, three things here. The cost is $100 million a year to the pharmaceutical industry. Think if we could take that and pass that savings along to patients or use that for R&D. $100 million a year is not insignificant. The environmental impact of this is not to be overstated. And then you have the safety aspect of this, where if you're receiving an electronic copy, you can get almost instantaneous updates. Whereas if you have to wait for the printed material, by the time that gets changed and gets sent out, you're talking 8 to 12 months. So for costs, for the environment, for patient safety, I believe this is the right call. And again, this is an option, not a mandate. So thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being supported, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
Turn it off.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Mr. Amadei votes aye.
Are there further amendments? Ranking Member
Madam
Harris.
Chair, I have Harris Amendment number 3 at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, during the pandemic, one of the industries that was affected was the dairy industry. We remember, times when dairy farmers basically had to, throw their milk out, release it into the fields because the price was so volatile, and demand went down. Especially since the school lunch program, which is a huge user of milk, for a while, again, had decreased demand. So what this amendment does is it takes unobligated balances out of the department, and it sends those balances to a program called the Pandemic Market Volatility Assistance Program, which had a limit placed on who could be reimbursed because funds were not, they didn't have enough money to reimburse everyone, to pay for everyone, so they limited it. And now that, unobligated balances are available, it seems only reasonable to go to those producers like dairy farmers. Again, it's a tough job, it's a tough industry, price volatility, all the supply chain issues, and make them whole for their losses during the pandemic. So I urge the committee to adopt the amendment.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank Dr. Harris for raising this concern. We all remember the stories from the very beginning of the pandemic when dairy farmers dumped millions of gallons of milk due to sudden shifts in demand in markets and supply chain problems. I look forward to working with Dr. Harris and USDA to ensure the availability of resources that they are continually made available to qualified dairy farmers. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Valadeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this amendment and the importance of this issue this amendment addresses. This amendment addresses pandemic-related assistance USDA provided to our dairy farmers, like those in my district. It would direct the USDA to spend unspent COVID funds on pandemic market volatility assistance program payments. Last summer, USDA announced the creation of the Pandemic Market Volatility Assistance Program. The purpose of the program is to provide pandemic assistance payments to dairy farmers who received a lower value for their products due to market abnormalities caused by the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic caused harm to industries all across the United States, including the dairy industry. These losses surpassed $750 million nationwide, with farmers in California, including many in my district, losing more than $86 million. I represent the largest dairy district in the country, and California represents about 20% of the nation's milk. So this program is a sign, or was a sign, of the temporary relief for many dairy farmers, but given the nature of many dairy farmers in California, the program's 5 million pound per producer limit was a major and discouraging challenge. This requirement resulted in many producers only being reimbursed for a portion of what they lost, despite all the dairy farmers incurring these unusual losses on all of their milk volume. I hope that we find a way to increase support for this program to help those producers who are impacted by this limitation. Perhaps that means we direct USDA to redirect unspent COVID funding as directed in this amendment. Either way, we must continue this conversation. People are still suffering. We need to support domestic dairy production so we don't continue risking the loss of our long-standing markets to other countries. Between the lasting effects of the pandemic and the ongoing supply chain crisis, the general global instability, we need to do more to help agriculture producers here at home. This seems like an easy way to do just that. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to find a solution to this program and ask for your commitment to continue working on this issue that is negatively impacting so many dairy producers across the country. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss this important topic, and thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Harder.
Thank you so much, Chair DeLauro, and I want to thank Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Harris for all the work that you've done to put this bill together. I'm grateful that the overall bill funds numerous important priorities, including investments in nutrition, broadband, research, USDA programming, but I rise in support of Dr. Harris's amendment today, as I believe it elevates the needs of our dairy producers back home in California's Central Valley and across the country. Dr. Harris's amendment builds on the bipartisan efforts to strengthen USDA's Pandemic Market Volatility Assistance Program. This critical pandemic assistance has creatively responded to the needs of our dairy producers, especially given the fluctuations in the market throughout the pandemic. Last summer, USDA created this program to reimburse dairy producers for the unusual price inversions they suffered, specifically in the last 6 months of 2020. Those losses totaled upward of $750 million nationwide, with folks in our region in California losing over $86 million. And while I'm grateful that USDA quickly implemented a program that could assist our dairy producers, it didn't meet the scope of most of our California dairies. The challenge for our farmers originated from the program's 5 million pound production cap. This resulted in most of our producers only being reimbursed for a very small portion of what they lost, even though all farmers incurred these unusual losses on their milk volume. So I'm hopeful that moving forward we can find a bipartisan way to plus up this program and help those producers who are impacted by this limitation, whether that's looking at unspent COVID funds or other funds that are available. So I know Dr. Harris and Mr. Valadeo and other of our colleagues are interested in these efforts as well, and I look forward to working with them in this committee to address this issue. Thank you, Chair DeLauro, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And since the chair of the subcommittee has agreed to work on this issue, to recognize that some of our dairy farmers were shortchanged by shortages in these programs, I move to withdraw the amendment.
The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there further amendments? Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Since Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, February 24th, we've worked in a bipartisan manner to implement devastating and unprecedented sanctions on Russia and its allies to cut off funding to the Russian war machine. While Vladimir Putin continues to deny significant impact on key sectors of the Russian economy, there is no doubt that these sanctions are working. However, more can be done to pressure Putin and those in the Russian industrial base who continue to benefit from the U.S. market. It's been reported that Russian pharmaceutical companies are seeking FDA approvals to access the U.S. market. My amendment would prohibit funding for the FDA to review or approve an application for a new drug by a Russian pharmaceutical company, provided these applications are not for a novel drug or to address an unmet need. There's no reason we should be providing Russian companies with new market access to our country. The world has always benefited when the United States chooses to lead, and we must continue to stand for democracy and do all we can to pressure Russian regime to end its barbaric assault on Ukraine. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. We are all horrified by Russia's ongoing war with Ukraine. I support utilizing as many tools as we can to address this terrible situation. And I think we all recognize how valuable an FDA-approved drug can be to drug manufacturers all over the world. I appreciate that the amendment exempts drugs that address unmet needs or serious conditions. And I'd like to work with my colleague to address any other unintended consequences that may arise. But this amendment sends a message. It sends a message that business as usual for Russian drug sponsors cannot occur. And I appreciate that our subcommittee can also play a part to carry that message forward. I support the amendment. I thank the gentleman for offering it, and I ask others to do the same.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Due to its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. has put in place wide-ranging sanctions targeting Russia. However, health companies, drug makers, medical devices, and healthcare equipment companies have largely been exempt from these sanctions. This carefully worded amendment targets Russia's sophisticated homegrown pharma sector, and as we move to nearshore and onshore as much of our pharmaceutical industry as possible, the first place to start is to not depend upon Russia for these non-essential health care items. So I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, just as founder and co-chair of the Ukraine Caucus in the House, the largest bipartisan caucus in the whole House, I firmly support the gentleman's amendment. Yield back.
I'll just make one quick comment and we accept the amendment, but it's my understanding, and I think that's when the chairman talked about working further on it, that the FDA does not track the geographic location of drugs. I understand what you're saying, and and whether was some lack of clarity on whether you were talking about drugs or biologics. So the amendment would be accepted, but I think what the chairman said in looking at further conversations and discussion in going through it, I think would make some sense in working on it. So. With that, and there seems to be no other debate, this gentleman wanted to
Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Further amendments, Ms. Herrera-Butler. Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in support of my amendment, which would withhold 30% of the funding for the Office of the Commissioner at the FDA simply until they provide a report detailing the organizational failures leading to the infant formula crisis and providing a plan on how the agency is going to correct the deficiencies to prevent a future crisis. Madam Chair and Ranking Member Granger and members of the committee agree that the handling of the infant formula crisis and the shortage was an abject failure. This agency, I believe, has lost the trust of parents and has failed to protect the most innocent people in our society. As a mother of three, I completely understand how scary and stressful the situation is. This failure has led to the death of 2 infants, at least 2 infants. In fact, yesterday it was reported that a 3rd infant died in January. It was reported just a couple of days ago. And they're still looking at the causes. And has left parents scrambling to feed their kids. We are the committee that is tasked with overseeing the Food and Drug Administration. And I really, truly believe we cannot stop demanding answers on this. Reports found that 7 FDA officials received the whistleblower document in October, and actually we're seeing that there were problems much earlier than that, and they didn't act for at least 4 months. The person who was in charge, who received one, she was the acting commissioner, who received one of those reports and didn't respond, was then put in charge of the Consumer Food Safety Division by the now permanent FDA commissioner, which people across the spectrum have received as kind of a slap in the face that someone who has such an abysmal record with regard to food safety, she did not respond to these reports when they were sent to her months before 3 babies died. And in addition to the fact that parents are still scrambling to feed their children, all we've seen from the FDA is, we'll get back with you, we'll get back with you, we'll answer this later. Well, it's been months later, and the FDA still has not told us what went wrong and what they're going to do to fix it. Our job as the Appropriations Committee is to hold federal agencies accountable, and I think this has been an epic failure of the bureaucracy within this agency. And I am not satisfied with being told, we'll get back to you, we'll get back to you. I think it is incumbent upon us to tell them, and this is how you get a bureaucrat's attention, you withhold their budget. I'm not trying to cut the budget or get rid of it. I'm trying to withhold it until they simply provide a report to us, their oversight committee, with how they're going to fix the situation going forward so as to prevent any more deaths of infants. So I think we have to demand better. This formula crisis should never have happened. The FDA continues to act without accountability to resolve the structural issues at the agency, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I'll go back. Bishop.
I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The amendment would withhold 30% of the resources under the Office of the Commissioner until the FDA provides a report detailing all the circumstances surrounding the failure surrounding the infant formula crisis. Everyone in this room recognizes that there are serious issues with the infant supply formula, and there's plenty of blame to be spread around. The chairwoman and I have been steadfast in our commitment to get to the bottom of what led to the infant formula crisis, and we've had hearings on this, and our subcommittee intends to hold the FDA fully accountable. However, hamstringing the Commissioner's office is not a measure that will remedy this issue. If we're seriously interested in addressing the issue, then we should support this subcommittee and the other subcommittees of jurisdiction in making sure that we hold the FDA accountable. We remain committed to getting adequate formula supply back on the shelves, and we remain committed to holding those accountable without withholding the resources that could only potentially set the agency back. For these reasons, I reluctantly oppose the gentlelady's amendment.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. This is now June. This fiscal year bill starts October 1st, and by the time you get to a 30% withhold, you're in next summer. Now, this isn't complicated, and you know, I thank the chair of the committee for holding the hearings with the FDA. We have a pretty fair idea of the timeline of what happened, and if the FDA can't figure out what was the real problem in a year, shame on them. Fact of the matter is that the Appropriation Committee is the one that holds the purse strings, and those are the people who hold regulators accountable. So I'm going to disagree with the chairman of the subcommittee. A 30% withhold that basically wouldn't take effect till next summer because they can burn through the other 70%. And remember, by the way, we gave them a 10% increase through the FDA. That's plenty of time for the FDA to answer this question because rewarding the FDA with more funding is not the answer to the problem. Withholding funding until we get the answers is the solution. This amendment will force FDA to explain its failures, help ensure us that the administration is doing its job, and most importantly, give us the facts to know that this debacle or a debacle like this will not happen again. Unless we truly get to the bottom of this failure, and I believe this is the method that the Appropriations Committee has to get to the bottom of regulatory failures. It's withholding the purse strings. Until we get to the bottom of this failure, more taxpayer resources are at risk of being wasted, and even more importantly, more Americans may be in danger. I commend my colleagues for her efforts to hold the FDA accountable. That's what this amendment does. Anyone who wants the FDA to be held accountable, this is the way the Appropriations Committee can do it. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. The infant formula crisis has hurt families across the country due to several compounding issues, from pandemic-related supply chain issues to ingredient shortages to voluntary recalls. While this crisis is ongoing and the White House and Congress work to quickly provide much-needed relief to families hurt by formula shortages, really politicizing the issue is not sensible and even dangerous. The substance of this amendment seeks to put the FDA and the current administration essentially in a hole, where they are coerced into filing a report admitting that the infant formula crisis was their fault, all in order to receive the funding they urgently need to address issues like e-cigarette regulation, child nutrition, prescription drugs, and more. Rather than work with the White House and Congress to solve the issue in the short term and address similar potential issues in the future, withholding a major amount of funding from the FDA, 30% of the funds for the Office of the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, this amendment would only further exacerbate the issue. The White House and Congress responded quickly to begin to fix the baby formula shortage in the short term, providing much-needed relief to families and avenues to remedy bare shelves, purchase limits, and extended delays. The Biden administration is pulling every available lever to increase supply. It launched Operation Fly Formula, which used the Defense Production Act to spur U.S.-based manufacturing and increase the supply, and eased trade, tax, and WIC program rules to bring infant formula into the country immediately from other countries, importing massive shipments of baby formula from Europe. Now our attention is turning toward long-term solutions. The President signed into law the Access to Baby Formula Act of 2022, which provided flexibility to state programs for women, infants, and children, the WIC. The House passed the Infant Formula Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2022 that would provide much-needed funding for FDA to regulate the infant formula market. Of course, the FDA should work with Congress and issue a plan on how it will address potential future crises. And we as a legislative body should work in a bipartisan manner to support U.S.-based manufacturing, increase competition, and support new market entrants. But this amendment only seeks to create additional barriers to addressing the ongoing issue and laying blame rather than offering viable solutions with bipartisan objectivity. As a result, I certainly want to solve this problem, working together closely, not by slashing the FDA budget, which would hurt many other people. So I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Letlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. As a mother of a 4- and 2-year-old, it was not long ago that I was completely dependent on infant formula to fulfill my children's nutritional needs. I can only imagine the terror parents across this country continue to feel as they desperately search for formula to keep their children alive. This shortage is exacerbated in rural America like my district, where proximity to retailers and availability of certain goods could be a 30-minute drive, which is no longer a simple proposition given the prices of gas these days. My office has heard from constituents who are begging for help to locate formula in their areas. Our office has provided the resources federal agencies encourage parents to utilize if they can't find formula, and even those resources have come up short. This is heartbreaking and unacceptable. At our Ag Subcommittee hearing, I questioned the FDA Commissioner on the real timeline of seeing imported products on our store shelves. He gave me a lackluster answer and said it would gradually get better. Well, gradually has come and gone, and it's past time to fix this problem. If it's gradually going to get better, then I think his travel and perks should gradually be scaled back. We are in a crisis. Until this serious problem is resolved, the FDA Commissioner should be solely focused on running the response to ensure we get formula back on the shelves. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? I might just start out saying I think that no one has had more to say on this issue than Chair Bishop and myself. I released the whistleblower's report and have spoke about a company that knowingly sold a contaminated product. That has to be dealt with. I've also spoken very clearly on the FDA and dragging its feet in getting the product off the market. But I rise in opposition to this amendment, which, in my view, is interested in punishing the FDA and, in fact, not solving the infant formula crisis and thereby protecting our babies and safeguarding their parents. As a recent contamination of the infant formula further highlighted, our food safety infrastructure needs to be robust and our food supply must be safeguarded. But what we need to do is to provide resources so that the FDA can enhance its efforts to keep our food safe, including protecting our infant formula supply. That has to happen now. And as the chair pointed out, this, at this moment, would hamstring the agency. It's not about taking resources away. If you want to do something about the infant formula crisis, we needed to have robust and overwhelmingly support when we voted on the infant formula supplemental appropriations bill last month. This would have given the FDA the resources it needs to address the urgent infant formula shortage. It was money to provide for inspections of those overseas plants that are sending product to the United States. It would have allowed a staff to review the submissions that are coming in on infant formula, which needs to be reviewed so that we know that the product is safe. What you're saying with the amendment is that you want less FDA staff, limit the resources the FDA has for personnel, to oversee inspections, to monitor our infant formula supply, thoroughly review infant formula manufacturing contracts. What about taking steps to address the market consolidation issue of this crisis, which is where it lies? 4 companies control the market. One has 43% of the market, wherein the problem lies. What about calling for a single food safety agency, or at the very least a call for a designated deputy commissioner for food safety at the Food and Drug Administration, someone who has relevant experience and background in food safety? I share the gentlelady's view about who they were intending to put in charge of the investigation. For me, and I said it very publicly, it was the fox in the henhouse. Let's actually look at meaningful efforts about how we address this issue so that it doesn't happen again. Let me be very clear. We will get to the bottom of what went wrong. We are not going to allow anyone to skirt accountability, either the company or the FDA. In March, I requested a Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General report to investigate the Food and Drug Administration's response to contamination at the Abbott facility responsible for producing infant formula. Earlier this month, HHS and the Office of the Inspector General announced that they would pursue the investigation. So I would just say that instead of, at this moment, talking about 30% of a cut to the FDA, let us get to the bottom of this. Let us talk about restructuring the Food and Drug Administration. Let us look at how we deal with the underlying issue of consolidation of an industry and leave the fate of families, and particularly our babies, in the hands of 4 companies and an agency that dragged its feet. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to please oppose this amendment, because I don't think that it deals with the issue as it needs to. With that, I yield back my time. Mr. Simpson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would yield my time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding the time. You know, if we're going to get to the bottom of this, the first thing we need, and Madam Chair, you're right, we need to know what went wrong with the companies, we need to know what went wrong with supply chains, we need to know all that. That's not what's in front of us today. The FDA is in front of us today. The FDA is part of this problem, part of the solution. You don't get to the solution until the FDA reports to us what went wrong. That's all this amendment does. It asks for a report. Oh my gosh, we ask for reports all the time. And this, because we only withhold 30%. Again, the fiscal year doesn't start till October 1st. That 30% withhold doesn't kick in until next summer. Madam Chair, I would hold we better have a report by next summer from the FDA, because that's the basis of the actions we have to take. And we have to take the action soon, because this deals with food safety in this country, and there were failures at the FDA. The FDA has been foot-dragging. I've been at those hearings that you have held with the FDA. They don't give us definite answers. We need answers. If we need to get to the bottom of this, we need answers. And what's before us today is not the company, it's not the supply chain, it's the FDA and the FDA's budget. And the money they're coming to us to ask us, they're getting a 10% increase. All we're asking for is a report. That's what the gentlelady wants. That's the power of this committee, to go to a regulatory body and say, you come to us every year and you ask for funding. And this year you're asking for a huge increase in funding, but you don't want to give us a report on your largest failure in the last year that has affected millions of Americans, millions of children, millions of babies, and you don't want to give us a report in a timely fashion? Madam Chair, this is how we get to the solution. And I understand. The FDA needs resources. It's simple. The FDA wants resources. Just write the report. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise against the amendment and would yield my time to you.
I thank the gentlelady, and I would just submit to my colleague from Maryland. You know, you said you were present at the hearings. There were hearings on both the House side and on the Senate side. And I frankly would rather hear from the Office of the Inspector General about what went wrong, rather than a report, as we saw in earlier documents that came from the FDA, which I did not support and I challenged, where we talked about a mail room snafu. We talked about other efforts. I would rather see us, as the appropriations body, look at what it done with not the agency investigating itself, but with the Inspector General investigating it and giving us the report on what went wrong. We need to know what went wrong there. It's our obligation to know what's wrong. It's our oversight function that needs to get wrong, and that is a determinant of quality, a content of where we should go and what we should do on this issue. Rather than, and I understand where the gentlelady is coming from, but what I'm just saying is at the moment, because product is coming in with Operation Formula Fly, and it is coming in from FDA-approved facilities and FDA non-approved facilities, and I've challenged what they talk about as an enforcement discretion in allowing that product to come in. And I do not want to take an inspector away at this juncture who is looking at a company that's from anywhere coming in and saying this meets our standards or doesn't meet our standards. That is all I am suggesting. We are on the same track, but a different way of approaching it. That's what, so.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I thank the gentlelady for you.
Yield. So I don't disagree with what you're saying with regard to an IG investigation, but we can't only look back. Here's the problem. Like you said, the fox is in charge of the hen house. So yes, we need to figure out what went wrong, but we also need to make sure that they have taken responsibility to change their actions, and they're hiding. Ms. Woodcock is hiding from us.
I think our better answer, and I guess I don't have time, our better answer is to get somebody who's a third party, you know, who is above the fray and can give us the actual information, and then, you know, let the chips fall where they may.
And the supply chain's broken, too.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on the amendment? With that, I yield to the gentlelady to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do really respect your leadership on this. I think it's been very ardent, and that's not my issue at all. I think a couple points of clarification. It's very important for people to know we're not cutting anything. We're proposing withholding. If you read the amendment, it withholds funds until. We're not talking about 30% of the FDA budget. The FDA budget's about $8.6 billion. We're talking about within a piece of the FDA budget, a sliver of that piece is the Office of the Commissioner, which is the salaries of the people who are in charge of the debacle, who are still running this show. That is my concern. If the person who got a whistleblower complaint, didn't do anything about it, is now in charge of the inspection process, there is no safe place for families. As a mother, I don't feel safe saying, go ahead, everything's fine. There's a watchdog. There isn't. And so and because they haven't responded to us, because they haven't come before Congress, because the person who was in charge at the time has not publicly answered questions, we have to take the next step as the body who oversees the budget to say, guess what? By next summer, your piece where your salary is going to be withheld unless you at least produce for us a written plan about how you're not going to do this again. I agree that the company should be held responsible. There's a lot here, but our job, as the gentleman stated, is that
is to approve or disapprove a budget for the FDA. And I cannot in good conscience vote to support their budget. Again, they've already received a $28 billion plus up for salaries with no contingency that they change their behavior. And their behavior has led to possibly 3 infants dying. I just don't know how we give them another blank check and say, gosh, we really hope you get it together this time, even though you haven't fired the person who was in charge of this. That's where my problem is. That's what this amendment is designed to address. I do share the gentlelady's goal of getting to the bottom of this. I just think this is an important piece that we shouldn't overlook. With that, I yield back. I urge its adoption, and I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Aye.
Either way, the vote's getting
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert.
Aye.
Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Mr. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Rippersberger. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr.
Madam Chair.
Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no.
Mr. Diaz-Balart?
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye.
Mr. Amadei?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei votes aye.
Mr. Rogers, is that?
Oh, yeah. Mr.
Madam-
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers?
Go ahead.
I vote yes.
Mr. Rogers
Vote aye.
votes aye.
Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Mr. Trone?
Mr. Trone votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change? Ayes of 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Newhouse.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I would note it's version 2 and would like to ask the clerk to read.
You would like to ask the clerk to read? Okay, thank you.
An amendment from Mr. Newhouse, version 2. At the end of the bill, before the short title, insert the following. The Secretary of Agriculture shall take such actions as may be necessary to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land located in the United States by companies owned in full or in part by the People's Republic of China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you'll remember this amendment perhaps from last year's markup. This amendment would prohibit the purchase of agricultural land in the United States by companies from China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran. And while I was proud that a nearly identical amendment I offered by voice was approved by voice vote last year, the final conference bill reduced the language to an additional report by the USDA, which, similar to our last debate, to my knowledge, we have not yet received. We've agreed to include additional adversaries in the base amendment this year, given the horrific events in Ukraine at the hands of Russia and the Putin regime. As many members of this committee know, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are not our allies. These authoritative regimes continue provoking nations worldwide, including Russia and Ukraine, China and North Korea in the Asian Pacific and globally, and Iran in the Middle East. For over a decade, China has continued to expand its global reach with its Belts and Road Initiative, including new energy and infrastructure investments in the Americas. Next on their agenda is food production. What do you need to sustain national as well as food security? You need independent energy and food production. And I want to be very clear about this. This is about our country's national security and ensuring that adversaries like China, like Russia, like North Korea, or Iran do not gain a foothold on American soil. There are currently no federal safeguards against these regimes from buying resources in the United States. The only restrictions on agricultural land ownership are those imposed by only 6 states, and even those laws can be circumvented, and many states have no restrictions whatsoever. The People's Republic of China is only interested in reaping every possible benefit from U.S. land without giving back or considering our future to sustain an independent energy and food production. More needs to be done to ensure the U.S. food supply chain is secure and independent. The U.S. cannot become dependent on our adversaries for our domestic food supply. And with that, I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment once again, and I'll yield back.
Acknowledge a guest that we have with us today, a guest of our colleague, Mr. Cuellar's, Dr. Phil. Hello, Dr. Phil. Thank you. Nice to see you. Go ahead.
He's here to talk to us about mental health, and I gave him your handout about all the work that the House Appropriations Committee has done on mental health. Oklahoma, but he did go to Midwestern, in Wichita Falls, Texas, North Texas, in Texas also. So Cole, he was from your state. That's Representative Cole from Oklahoma, but he did spend a lot of time. So if you want to just say a few words, I know we're right in the middle.
Yeah, no kidding. That's
I just want to say, I'm so inspired by everything you guys are doing, and anything I can do to support this work on mental health right now, my platform is available, and I just want you guys to know it's so important. I've been doing this for 45 years, and I am so emboldened by what's happening right now, particularly with this Mental Health Act, and anything I can do to use my platform to support and help take away the stigma for everything you're making available. Just know that I'm there and I support everything you're doing, and it's an honor to support it. So just thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
I'll let you get back to
Okay.
the wheels of government.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. I understand the concerns of Congressman Newhouse, and I look forward to working with the Congressman and with USDA to review and study the impacts of the unforeseen consequences of farmland held by foreign persons and entities, especially those that are hostile to the United States. With that, I yield back and I urge support of the amendment.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support of this amendment. As the chair of the subcommittee has pointed out, we need to make sure everything needs to be done to ensure the U.S. is food secure and independent, and we can't become dependent upon foreign nations for our domestic agriculture and food supply, especially enemy nations. So I urge support of this amendment and yield back.
Are there other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Of course, we know over the last 2 decades we've seen a surge in Chinese ownership of American property, and we're hearing from our constituents. I represent an area that has quite a bit of poultry farms, and it is a major industry for our state and particularly my district. We're hearing from constituents who have sought to purchase farms only to find out that they've been bought up by Chinese companies immediately upon hitting the market. And while I support the inclusion of Russia, North Korea, and Iran in this amendment, I don't want to dilute the nature of the problem. The North Koreans, Iranians, I don't know if they're buying up large swaths of land in the U.S., and if they are, that needs to be addressed. But all of these adversarial nations can pose a threat to our global order, and so I would urge a yes, and yield back my time.
Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just would like to say this is important. It's preemptive. It protects our national as well as our food security, and I would urge adoption by my colleagues. I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Anybody is opposed? I'm not. No, I'm just saying. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman. Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Florida for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2023 to the House.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
No.
Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee votes no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ.
Aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo? Ms. Pingree?
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Quigley?
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard? Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart?
No.
Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes no.
Chair.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Ms. Herrera Butler votes no.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Frankel votes yes.
Ms. Frankel?
Yes.
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
Frankel votes yes.
Mr. Palazzo?
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
You're recorded as an aye. Mr. Palazzo votes no.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? Yes, please.
Ms. Capter votes aye. Lunch is downstairs. Have they called votes yet? Okay.
Do you need anything before MilCon?
Let me check. Okay, and I think he's in touch.
On this vote, the yeas are 30. On this vote, the yeas are 31, the nays are 26, and the bill is adopted. Okay.
Good job, Sanford.
I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved, seeing no objection.
Madam
So
Chair, I
ordered.
ask for 3 days for the minority to file views.
If we can get members' attention, I think what we should try to do here, they've called votes. We usually have some time on the first vote. It's longer than the 15 minutes. So we should get started and move to MilCon as quickly as we can. Today is the second order of business is the Military Construction Veteran Affairs Appropriation Bill for fiscal year 2023. I now recognize.
I'm not quite ready.
You're not quite ready. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna.
Besides needing to use the restroom, I also don't have my book.
Okay.
I gotta get my team up here and.
They just said for part of the bill.
So, we're going to come in the Raver room, I guess. There's people. Yeah. Yep. Want to talk about smoldering, stuff to be supported. Supply chain. Probably they may talk about SNAP.
Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz to present her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very proud of the fiscal year 2023 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill, which is a significant sign of our commitment to our service members and their families, and to our veterans. We can all be proud of the work we did to produce a bill that reflects the priorities of this committee and all members of the House, including how engaged members were during our hearings to address crucial areas within our jurisdiction. We held hearings with each of the services on installations and quality of life for our service members, as well as an oversight hearing focusing on the severe challenges facing DoD's privatized family housing portfolio. We need systemic change and greater oversight and responsibility from DoD on the privatized housing initiative, and we are addressing that in our mark. For VA, in addition to our budget hearing with the Secretary, we also held hearings on VA's critical health programs and research efforts, in addition to our regular oversight briefings to monitor the progress and challenges of the electronic health record modernization effort. I'm proud that the bill before us makes needed investments in the programs that improve our military readiness and quality of life and provides the benefits and medical care our veterans have earned during their service to our nation. Specifically, the fiscal year 2023 committee recommendation provides $150.5 billion in discretionary funding. This is a $23 billion increase above the fiscal year 2022 enacted funding level and $2.9 billion above the fiscal year 2023 budget request. Within this total, $15.1 billion is for military construction programs, $118.8 billion is for VA medical care, and $16.6 billion is for non-defense discretionary programs at VA and the related agencies. Most notably, consistent with the Biden budget request this year, VA medical care is considered separately from other funding categories in order to ensure that we're creating a funding structure that best serves our veterans. For military construction, the bill provides $15.1 billion, which is $153 million above the enacted level and $2.9 billion above the President's budget request to address critical infrastructure needs on military installations. This includes $274 million to support increased capacity and builds 8 new child development centers for children of active duty service members worldwide, a major priority for the subcommittee. There is also a total of $2.1 billion for family housing construction, with $373 million to address unacceptable conditions in military family housing and to increase oversight of the military privatized housing portfolio. The MilCon-VA subcommittee is firmly committed to addressing the unacceptable conditions and neglect that have persisted for far too long. In order to protect the environment, the bill provides $135 million for climate change and resiliency projects, as well as $575 million for the base realignment and closure BRAC account, with a historic investment of $200 million for PFAS cleanup at contaminated former installations. Finally, the bill includes $220 million for the NATO Security Investment Program, an increase of $10 million above the budget request to support vital European defense infrastructure. The additional funds respond to continued Russian aggression following the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, as well as the risks and threats emanating from the Middle East and North Africa. For the programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs, the bill includes a total of $299 billion, of which $135 billion is discretionary funding. This amount represents an increase of $23 billion in discretionary funding over the fiscal year 2022 enacted level. Within the total, $118.8 billion is for VA medical care, $66 million above the budget request, so 7.3 million patients can be treated in fiscal year 2023. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, I'm pleased that the Biden administration's budget request separated out the cost of veterans' medical care from other discretionary items, recognizing that the cost of treating those who served our country should not come at the expense of other needs. We have a solemn obligation to care for our veterans, not pit their medical care against the other programs that they rely upon within VA and throughout the entire federal government. Funding for VA includes significant investments in gender-specific care and programmatic efforts for women and mental health care, as well as programs to address homelessness, substance use disorder, whole health efforts, rural health initiatives, and suicide prevention. We have also boosted investment in medical and prosthetic research over the budget request, an area of bipartisan member interest, bringing the total to $926 million. Beyond providing health care, this bill will support robust oversight of VA's implementation of the electronic health record, which has long been a concern of the committee, increased investments to respond to the disability claims and appeals backlog, and continued investments to improve the condition of VA's physical infrastructure so veterans can continue to receive world-class care in world-class facilities. Finally, the bill provides $441 million for the 4 related agencies to maintain service levels and invest in needed maintenance and improvements, the American Battle Monuments Commission, the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, Arlington National Cemetery, and the Armed Forces Retirement Home. As you can see with this bill, we are investing in programs that are so critical to our current and former service members and their families. I want to thank all of our members on both sides of the aisle for their engagement during the process of drafting this legislation, and I especially want to thank my friend and partner, Judge Carter, for his relentless dedication to our service members and veterans. And I want to thank Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger for their support for the subcommittee's work. And finally, of course, I'd like to thank the staff who've worked hard to prepare this bill, Betsy Bina, the subcommittee minority clerk, and John Muscolini on the minority staff, Grady Bourne and Sharia Oliver on Judge Carter's personal staff, the majority MilCon-VA subcommittee staff, including Clerk Jenny Newscheller, Brad Allen, Nicole Cohen, Nick Burton, and Luke Georgiadis, and of course, Lauren Woolman on my personal staff. This is a wonderful bill, and I'm extremely proud of it. I know my colleagues join me in that. It addresses urgently needed issues for our military and veterans, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in advancing this bill forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Judge Carter for his remarks.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for recognizing me. I'm pleased we are considering the FY23 Military Construction and Veteran Affairs Appropriations today. Even though I would have done some things differently, this is a good bill. My chair, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, deserves credit for great hard work, as does the staff, and I'm happy to work with her. I hope we can agree on a framework which must take into account the PACT Act that will be considered in the House soon. We need an agreement to allow us to resolve our differences and finalize the FY23 bills in a timely manner. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you, Judge Carter, and I've recognized myself for opening remarks. I want to say a thank you to Chair Wasserman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for your hard work, and I want to thank the subcommittee staff as well. The Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee worked hard this year. Total of 8 hearings, many topics: military installations, quality of life of the forces, unique health needs of our veterans, and oversight of the military privatized housing initiative. These are programs vitally important to service members, their families, and to our veterans. Robust investments will keep our nation safe, rebuild our infrastructure, and honor our men and women in uniform. The bill builds upon the successes of 2022 that made investments that those who protect our nation have earned and deserve. It provides $150 billion in discretionary funding, increase of $23 billion over the enacted level, to better prioritize and meet the needs of our veterans. This bill separates VA medical care into a third category, alongside defense and non-defense discretionary spending for the first time ever. Provides $118.8 billion for veterans medical care, $20 billion above 2022. The funding provides care to 7.3 million veterans who will be treated by the VA in 2023. To support veterans in the targeted and specific ways that they need, we are enhancing mental health care, women's health, homeless assistance programs, substance use disorder programs, and whole health initiatives. Same time, continuing to make progress in health care we provide our veterans today and in the future. It invests $926 million for medical and prosthetic research. The VA provides medical care, but so much more. In that case, we are funding the Veterans Benefits Administration to provide disability benefits to 5.5 million veterans and 500,000 survivors and dependents. And we want to make sure that our veterans are provided care in a safe, secure, sustainable, and accessible facility. We're investing $2 billion in VA construction programs. We provide $15.1 billion for military construction to rebuild our military infrastructure, the facilities that house military families, $2.1 billion for family housing to address such issues as mold, vermin, and lead by increasing oversight of military privatized housing initiatives, because our service members and their families deserve to live in safe and healthy homes. We also support 1.2 million children of active duty service members worldwide. It's $274 million to increase child care facilities and capacities. We're looking to clean up contaminated facilities, heavily investing in PFAS remediation, and conduct a cleanup. We confront the climate crisis as well, increase funding for climate change and resiliency projects so that the installations can adapt to rising sea levels and worsening natural disasters. We make critical investments globally to protect our national security, and we really, as Russia's aggression and its grievous and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, risks from the Middle East and North Africa grow. We invest more than $220 million for the NATO Security Investment Program. Our veterans, our service members, and their families have made immense sacrifices to protect and serve this nation. They deserve these investments that this bill makes, and proud to support them. Thank the subcommittee staff once again, Jenny Nuschler, Brad Allen, Nicole Cohen, Nick Burton, Luke Georgiadis, and on the minority side, Betsy Bina and John Muscolini. A thank you again to the chair and the ranking member. I urge support for the bill, and with that, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, Ms. Granger, for opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. First, I want to thank the chair and ranking member for their work on fiscal year 2023 appropriations for military construction and Veterans Affairs. I also want to acknowledge the committee staff who have worked on this bill. Unfortunately, just like the other markups before this one, this bill is based on a funding level that passed the House without Republican support. In addition, we disagree with several policy provisions that were both dropped from and added to this particular bill. This bill fails to include long-standing language prohibiting the transfer of detainees currently at Guantanamo Bay. These detainees are the worst of the worst, and we need assurance that they will never be moved to the United States. The bill also goes well beyond our committee's jurisdiction with the provisions and language regarding fertility treatments for veterans. This is a complicated issue that should be carefully considered by the authorizing committee, the House Veterans Affairs Committee. We must move beyond these controversial provisions so that we may fund the many important and needed military construction projects in the bill, improve military family housing and child development centers, and make certain that our veterans receive the health care they deserve and have earned. I also need to address a bill called the PACT Act that the House will consider in the near future. If passed, it would move some veterans' health care costs from discretionary spending counted against this bill to mandatory spending. This shift should affect the top-line funding level and the subcommittee's allocation. Even though these funds will move off of our books, this committee should work with the House Veterans Affairs Committee to ensure this new authority is used appropriately and the VA is held accountable. Our nation's veterans and taxpayers deserve nothing less. In closing, while there are many issues that need to be resolved, I'm committed to getting this important bill enacted into law. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. If I can, I'd like to, and I'll make it when everyone is here as well. There's some very, very sad news. We just received a statement from our colleague David Price, who announced the death of his wife, Lisa Price. It really is, and my beloved wife, Lisa, died this morning in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Lisa was my life partner, supporter of everything I undertook, political and otherwise. I was immensely proud of her leadership roles. She was an alderman in New Haven, Connecticut. She served with my mom many years ago. She was at the right hand of two Chapel Hill mayors, co-founding and leading North Carolinians against gun violence and campaigning energetically for civil rights, environmental protections, animal welfare, and the Kidzu Children's Museum. We are grateful for the outpouring of love and support we have received. We're all saddened by the loss of Lisa Price, who was so much a part of David's life and the life of all of us in the Congress. So I know we'll want to be in touch with him and express our sympathy. I think what we will do now is I think we're going to break to go to vote, and then come back and resume on the bill. Thank you. Oh. We'll be in recess until the end of the. I will make this announcement again. I did before we left, and there were very few people here. But I wanted to let everyone know, and you may know already, our dear colleague David Price lost his wife, Lisa Price, this morning. And I do want to read this to you, and the room is full right now, and it wasn't earlier. And this is from David. My beloved wife, Lisa, died this morning in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Lisa was my life partner, supporter of everything I undertook, political and otherwise. I was immensely proud of her leadership roles, from being an older woman in New Haven, Connecticut, and as I said earlier, Lisa served with my mom on the City Council in New Haven for a number of years. She was the right hand of two Chapel Hill mayors, co-founding and leading North Carolinians against gun violence, campaigning energetically for civil rights, environmental protection, animal welfare, and from the Kidzu Children Museum. We thank all those over the weeks who have been with their outpouring of love and support. Very, very sad, etc., but let's just keep David and his family in our prayers, and I'm sure many people would want to be in touch with him, directly. So with that, we will resume where we left off, and having read the general statements from Congressman Wasserman Schultz and the ranking member Carter, myself, and Ms. Granger. Are there members who wish to make a general comment about the bill? I know of Ms. Lee of California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me also offer my condolences and prayers to our colleague and friend, Chairman David Price. Last night, in the SFOPS bill, I wanted to make sure that we were able to pay tribute to Dave by authorizing and appropriating a $5 million legislative strengthening initiative in his name. So that bill will be coming for full committee next week. But I spoke with Dave a couple of times, and I knew his wife, Lisa. And Lisa was brilliant, she was wise, she was kind, and she was loving. And I wanted to be sure Lisa knew that we had completed this work during this period. And Dave was going to try to communicate this to her because it's really a testament to Lisa as well. And so just hope the committee will continue supporting this effort and keep them in our thoughts. We'll keep them in our thoughts and prayers, because those of us who have served with Dave for so many years know what a loss this is. And we have to make sure that he knows that we love him and care for him as he goes through this period. Let me thank our chair for including language, Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, and of course Chairwoman DeLauro and Granger, for supporting the Bahamas in this manager's amendment. First of all, the Caribbean is our third border, and yet too often we have neglected these neighbors that share so much history and so much culture with us. The island countries of the Caribbean, they deal with a range of distinct challenges. Many have long been reliable partners of the United States, and they want to work with us, and we need to do more to be responsive to their needs, and we heard this over and over and over again at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. Especially now, the Bahamas is still recovering from the massive destruction of Hurricane Dorian several years ago. And I had the opportunity to meet with a delegation of government officials from the Bahamas. They outlined how Dorian caused $3.4 billion in damages, including severely damaging the Rand Memorial Hospital. So, Madam Chair, this manager's amendment will help ensure that our military presence in the Bahamas is of mutual benefit to the people of the United States and the Bahamas, and that we are fully supporting the Bahamas' recovery from Hurricane Dorian. Finally, let me just wish everyone a happy Caribbean Heritage Month, Caribbean American Heritage Month. President George Bush in 2006 signed my legislation designating June as Caribbean American Heritage Month. And so it's great to see that this bill is taking this important step to strengthen our relations with our Caribbean nations. And I want to thank Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz for this effort, especially during Caribbean American Heritage Month. Thank you again.
Mr. Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would simply join your comments at the passing of Mr. Price's wife and our colleague, Ms. Lee. I think, Mr. Price is one of those folks that has influenced each and all of us in our own ways, and I'm sure that much of that influence came from Lisa, and so she will be missed, and I look forward to extending all of our condolences personally. I want to thank you, Chair and Ranking Member, for your support of this bill, and especially my subcommittee chair and Ranking Member who worked so collaboratively to bring this bill to this committee and to the floor every single year. You are a model, again, of how a subcommittee should work, and I appreciate serving with you. I stand in strong support of this year's military construction, VA, and related agency spending bill and urge the full committee's support of it. The bill addresses critical challenges that face our military and veterans in the 21st century. Some of these challenges are ongoing, some are new, but all are very compelling, and I believe we've addressed them in this particular bill. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the parts of this bill that deal with my backyard, the Indo-Pacific, where the challenges of our present and future lie, and especially in my own Hawaii. I spoke yesterday on the Defense Appropriations bill on the debacle at Red Hill. This bill also assists greatly in the remediation, closure, defueling, and replacement of that fuel facility that is critical to our national security in the Indo-Pacific. I also spoke yesterday on the challenges faced by our public shipyards, and this bill's major support of the continuation of the Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program, or SIOP, at $1.3 billion. That's critical to our national security as well. But I really want to just talk to some of the big picture themes in this bill on both the military side and the veterans side, and where I think we're particularly doing the right things on this bill. In terms of military construction, of course, this bill funds tremendous needs in terms of our military facilities. And we can think of facilities as infrastructure. We can build beautiful, hangars and beautiful other facilities to take care of our weapons and other platform systems. But at the end of the day, what matters is the men and women who man them, who work them, who serve in our armed services. And I think that what this bill does very well is to continue our efforts to provide for a quality of life for our men and women and their families in the armed services, both as what we owe them for their service and as an incentive for them to continue to serve with us in the military and devote their talents to our military. And so those parts of the bill that deal particularly with quality of life issues, I think are worthy of special mention. Some of them are continuing efforts to construct and build and operate child development centers, which take care of the needs of families in our military today, real needs that are critical to them. We've continued in that vein. We have tried to provide, again, for a variety of housing for a variety of different people that serve in our military. We have ramped up our family housing programs. We have ramped up our housing for unaccompanied personnel programs. And we have tried to get, again, at a major ongoing issue that has to do with our privatized housing and the continuing health concerns of those that live in them. These are critical because, if we don't take care of our personnel in their own living conditions, they will not fully take care of their duties. And we want them to be attending to their duties, and we need to take care of those areas. I think we've also done a good job here of trying to anticipate and stay with our military in terms of the effects of climate change on the operation of our military, especially of our military construction facilities, to strive to require and advance energy conservation in the operation of our facilities for our military, and our military is doing very, very good work in this area. It cares about energy conservation. Reference was made yesterday to the military being the largest consumer of energy in our country, and that is certainly true of the operations of our weapons and other facilities, but it's also true in how we operate our military housing and our other facilities. And so the parts of this bill that are particularly focus on trying to develop energy conservation and climate change related improvements to our housing, I think are worthy of a special note. Switching to our veterans, I think where we have particularly made continued headway is in many of the areas where our veteran care has deficiencies or at least gaps or needs upgrades, where we have not always kept up with the needs of our veterans. Our rural health care, our remote veteran population still needs special attention. We have tried very much to work on issues such as telehealth, which we all know from our COVID-19 experience can and does work, and we've tried to forward that in terms of our veteran communities as well. We have also focused, and this has been a special interest of our chair, which we all welcome and support, to support the special needs of the largest and the fastest growing component of our veterans community, which is our women veterans, with over 900 million for gender-specific care. These increases offer far more health care options and access for countless veterans across the nation, where sometimes access care is challenged. We have also continued through our oversight hearings to be deeply concerned and deeply focused on the mental health of our veterans and their families, where we have seen continued tragedies, both in our active military and in our veterans, that cry out for greater programs of mental health focus, preventive mental health, not after the fact, although that is necessary too, but to get ahead of it rather than to react to it. These are critical areas. And sometimes it starts with things as simple as transition assistance, the transition from military service to veteran service. Can we make that smoother? Can we take out the stress of that? Can we get people off to the right foot as they move into the veterans community? We've focused on that in this bill. And for those that have been lost in the veterans part of their lives, whether they be the puzzling and persistent challenge of homelessness for many of our veterans, to outreach, to substance abuse, to their own mental health. These are areas that we must focus on, and I think this bill does focus on, not just as our fulfillment of our obligations, but really our moral duty to our veterans. I finally want to just address one part, because this particular bill is titled Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, and I think when we have those kind of subcommittees, sometimes the related agencies get lost in the shuffle, and I think I'd like to just focus on the 4 related agencies that are part of this bill, so that they get some love too. I think that first of all, we are embarked on a major expansion of Arlington that we don't focus on enough. Our iconic premier national cemetery, where we are funding the southern expansion for another 80,000 burial plots. I think that is worthy of special attention in this bill. We have ramped up funding for our American Battle Monuments Commission. Our American Battle Monuments Commission, the ABMC, administers the final resting places or the final places of memorialization for 200,000 of our own fallen overseas in multiple wars dating back to the Spanish-American War, but certainly to more recent wars. We operate 28 cemeteries, 32 memorials in 17 other countries and a few areas around our own country, including my own Punch Bowl. I was recently privileged to join some of our colleagues in Memorial Day at Cambridge in England. And for any of you that have not been to an ABMC cemetery or memorial, that is one of the most moving things that you can possibly do as a member of this body. So that is a worthwhile effort to note. We've also taken care of our veterans who are in our armed forces retirement homes, which we sometimes do not give sufficient attention to. And then finally, our Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims. Each and all of us does major casework in our districts, and we all know that one of the major parts of our casework load is our veterans, who oftentimes cannot get sufficient adjudication of their own claims, especially, well, I suppose not especially, but to include on the appellate level where they are entitled to appeal an initial ruling. And the backlog has been troubling, puzzling, and has been something that we have been focusing on. But in this particular bill, we do try to increase the funding of our Court of Appeals so that we can adjudicate these claims in one way or the other in a timely fashion that is owed to our veterans. So all in all, a lot of great efforts in this bill, both on our military side and on our veterans side, and yes, on those related agencies side. So I strongly support and urge passage of this bill, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Carter.
I want to thank the committee and just know that my prayers for the chairman and his family to experience love and partnership for that many years is just truly a blessing. We wish Godspeed as he grieves and remember his wife. I want to thank the committee leadership for this bill before us, and I want to I want everyone to know this bill honors our commitment to service members, veterans, and thousands of military families who sacrifice on behalf of this great nation. As the co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I want to thank the subcommittee for providing targeted investments that advance women's health. This is a critical step to end gender disparities in our military and promote equity for our women and men in uniform. Women veterans are the fastest growing groups of veterans enrolling in VA health care system. Pregnant veterans are disproportionately impacted by mental health disorders such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. With the separation of VA medical care, the spending structure addresses the needs of veterans around the country, including the 15,000 brave servicemen in my Michigan 14th District. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Case. What he said is true. Chair Wasserman Schultz has put a particular emphasis on proper care and housing of our service members in this country. We've seen it. I had the privilege of serving on the subcommittee for a number of years. And in addition to that, what he said about the American Battle Monuments Commission is also particularly apt because it is this subcommittee that does a wonderful job of taking care of all of those grave sites all over the world where our service members fell. I'd also like to thank the chair for including my language on the military construction needs of the Army Material Command's development of Tobyhanna Army Depot into a center for manufacturing of microelectronic replacement components. Tobyhanna Army Depot is in northeastern Pennsylvania. It is the largest employer in my district, and so we're thrilled to see this language go in the bill. Tobyhanna is already a leader in high-tech equipment repair, but the Army and other service branches have an additional need for the construction of digital twins of microelectronics that are not readily available from the original manufacturer. Everything these days, from tanks to radar units to targeting mechanisms, everything runs on microelectronics. And there's no better workforce to supply the replacement parts for those systems than the workforce in northeastern Pennsylvania. This new function for Tobyhanna Army Depot will allow the Army and other service branches to keep their equipment operational longer, giving our warfighters the tools they need to keep America safe. So, Madam Chair, I'm very grateful for this, and I support this bill wholeheartedly. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of this funding bill. I want to thank Chair Wasserman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for your leadership, for really taking on the needs of our active duty and our veterans. Also for including my priorities that will help Nevada veterans and active duty service members. I'm proud to advocate to deliver our veterans the support they need. And since coming to Congress, one of my top priorities has been helping ensure that veterans have access to health care, especially mental health care, that they need and deserve. And this bill goes a long way in delivering that. We all know that veterans often face serious mental health challenges when returning home from serving our country. And we all know that we must do more to support our veterans who struggle with mental health and to stop the epidemic of veteran suicide. On average, 17 veterans take their own lives every single day in this country, and that's just 17 too many every single day. And this bill includes my request of language directing the Department of Veterans Affairs to take steps towards implementing a zero suicide initiative. This is an innovative initiative. It's been done in other healthcare systems. It provides system-wide training and support to VA employees based on the idea that even one veteran suicide is too many. This piece of the bill mirrors my VA Zero Suicide Demonstration Project Act, and if enacted, the provision will help save lives in Nevada and across this country. And of course, our veterans and service members face other challenges beyond mental health care and health care. And like many Nevadans and many Americans, they struggle to find affordable and accessible child care and housing. And this bill will fund more child development centers and more military housing, and also address the backlog of maintenance that we have seen that has affected many of our service members. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation that will improve the lives of our veterans, our service members, and our families. Thank you.
Mr. Rupersberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First thing, I would like to thank Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, Ranking Member Carter, and the committee staff for the hard work you all have done putting this bill together for fiscal 2023. First, I would like to thank you for including my recommendation and as many member priorities as possible. I sincerely appreciate these efforts to ensure the Department of Veterans Affairs receives the resources it needs through the investments in the bill. It is especially critical that we enhance mental health for our veterans. Second, I'm pleased to see many significant investments to take care of military families. We are doing more than just building military installations. We're investing in modern innovations and efficiencies and taking care of people who fight for our freedoms. Dedicating $274 billion for child development centers and child care facilities is incredible. $373 million to address base housing concerns, such as mold and lead, shows our commitment and dedication to our service members and their families who deserve so much better. Lastly, I thank the Chairwoman and Ranking Member for funding my priorities, such as the test maintenance facility at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, the Naval Hospital in Bethesda, and the National Security Agency at Fort Meade. Thank you for investing in the state of Maryland. Once again, thank you to the subcommittee for their hard work and dedication on this bill, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the FY23 MilCon-VA and related agencies Appropriations Act. I especially want to also thank Chair Wasserman Schultz and the whole staff of the subcommittee for working so closely with my office on our priorities. I'm especially supportive of the provisions included in the report which directs the VA and the Asset and Infrastructure Review Commission, or AIR, to be transparent and responsive to Congress as the Commission continues to make its recommendations with respect to veterans' health care. Madam Chair, I want to clearly express my strong opposition to the initial report released by the AIR Commission in March, which recommended the closure of 2 major VA hospitals in Manhattan and Brooklyn, which serve veterans across our 5 boroughs. It is simply unacceptable that in an effort to consolidate healthcare and redirect spending to facilities determined to be treating a higher volume of veterans, that the VA would leave New York City veterans with no choice but to drive long distances, potentially even to another state in New Jersey, to access VA medical care. We should be easing access to medical care for our veterans, not making it more difficult. I also want to express my strong support for language included in the report, which I requested, requiring state veterans' homes to submit to Congress a home-by-home breakdown of all reported COVID-19 infections and deaths in state veterans' homes as of the start of the pandemic. There are obvious statewide gaps and undercounts of deaths and illnesses in state veterans' homes across the nation. Even the VA has acknowledged it needs to do better with respect to oversight of its pandemic response. I'm encouraged that with this language, we will finally get a full accounting of the COVID-19 deaths and infections that took place in state veterans' homes. Finally, I want to thank the committee for including my request directing the VA to expand ways for urban and rural academic institutions with expertise in suicide risk assessment and training, particularly minority-serving institutions, to engage with clinical resource hubs to share best practices on meeting the needs of all veterans. Unfortunately, veterans remain at a particularly high risk of suicide. If there is anything we have learned from this pandemic, it is that telehealth services work. By directing the VA to collaborate with academic institutions with relevant expertise, we can ensure that our rural veterans are getting the best care that they deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz to offer a manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues, the manager's amendment before you today includes 6 non-controversial report language items that have been agreed to by both sides of the aisle. By now, I believe you've had a chance to look through the amendment at your text at your desk. And by the way, I also just want to add, appreciate the supportive remarks of my colleagues. This product truly is a subcommittee product. We worked very closely together, and anything in front of you is the result of that work that we did together. Since you've had a chance to look at the content of the manager's amendment, I move that the amendment be adopted, and I yield back.
Now recognize Ranking Member Carter. Ranking Member Carter.
Go on me.
Ranking Member Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. I support this amendment, urge its adoption. And I thank the peaceful way we work between the chairman and I.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz for a minute to close.
I thank the members for their really smart suggestions for inclusion in the manager's amendment and urge members' adoption of the amendment. Go back.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. 1 second. Are there further amendments? Mr. Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I request it be considered as read.
Thank you. And the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Madam Chair, this simple amendment would prohibit funds appropriated in this bill from being used to construct, renovate, or expand any facility in the U.S. or its territories, including DoD facilities, to house any individual detained in Camp Delta at U.S. Naval Station, Guantanamo Bay. My district includes Fort Bliss, which is often tasked with duties outside its regular mission, including housing unaccompanied minors that cross the border illegally and caring for the Afghan refugees. Given its recent history, it is not unthinkable that if the Guantanamo detention facility were closed, the federal government would once again call upon Fort Bliss to bear the brunt of its poor planning and decision-making. I have seen firsthand the burden Fort Bliss has had to bear, and I don't want any other installations to see their mission and people suffer like they did. I spent 20 years in the Navy, 18 years at war, 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Guantanamo Bay detainees are enemies of America and have caused our country harm. I do not want to see them released or housed on American soil. This provision has been enacted every year since 2010. We can either add it to this bill now or in conference. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and with respect to my friend from Texas, this amendment feels a lot like what happens when you try to nail Jell-O to a wall. The MilCon-VA bill does not include any funding nor any language regarding Guantanamo Bay. This does not belong in this subcommittee's bill, and unlike yesterday's bill, when we did the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Mark, there are no funds in this bill to direct the Defense Department not to spend. This language, which has been uselessly carried in previous MilCon-VA bills, is unbinding, unnecessary, and inapplicable. Both the Trump administration and the Biden administration in 3 consecutive years proposed the removal of this same exact language in their budget requests. The debate surrounding Guantanamo Bay is far from over. However, it simply does not make sense to have that debate here. Therefore, I respectfully request my colleagues to vote against this amendment, which has nothing whatsoever to do with this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Judge Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. We all should remember that our nation's greatest domestic attack since the British burned the Capitol took place by people like we have housed at Guantanamo. It's the right place for them. We need to keep them there. And I appreciate my colleague from Texas and his dedication to doing what's right. And I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? Sorry, Mr. Calvert.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you and the ranking member for crafting this year's military construction and veterans bill. I appreciate the work that you and the ranking member Carter have done this year to fund the many projects important to our members on both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, just like the defense bill we marked up yesterday, this bill omits certain policy provisions that must be added before my colleagues and I will be able to vote for it. This includes provisions prohibiting the closure of the Naval Station in Guantanamo Bay and the use of military construction funds to build a detention center in the United States or territories. These detainees are the worst of the worst and can never be moved into the United States. We must address those problematic policy issues so that we can fund the critical military construction projects in the bill, improve military housing, ensure our veterans receive the health care they have earned. There is nothing more important than funding our nation's military and veterans. We must resolve our differences so this bill can be signed into law on time, and we can fulfill our responsibility to care for those who have served our great nation. That is why I strongly urge support for the gentleman's amendment, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remind the body that less than a year ago, 13 Americans were killed in Afghanistan, and those Americans were killed by a suicide bomber that was released from a prison in Afghanistan, very much like a prison that is in Guantanamo Bay. So if we bring those detainees to the United States, we can expect something similar to happen, not in 2 oceans away in Afghanistan, but in our home here in the United States. And I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor raise their hand. A sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ?
Yes.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel?
Ms. Frankel?
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Gonzalez?
They heard me.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera Butler?
Ms. Herrera Butler?
Ms. Herrera Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence?
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo?
Ms. Lee of Nevada is a no.
Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price? Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard? Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? No. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change
Yes.
their vote? Mr. Diaz-Balart?
Frankel votes no.
Wait, hang on. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye.
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye.
Frankel votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes aye.
Ms. Frankel votes no.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no.
Mr. Bishop votes.
Mr. Bishop votes no.
Ms. Lee of Nevada votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Mr. Reschenthaler?
You are not recorded.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye.
You recorded as no, I believe. Can we check? Clerk?
Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gotten everybody? The clerk will tally. Mr. Cuellar? Not vote.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
No. No.
Oh. Mr. Cuellar, you're voted as an aye. Is that correct? Thank you. Mr. Aguilar is on his way. Well, we will wait for Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar?
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Again, any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Do we have everyone in-house here? Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 28, the nays are 30, and so the amendment is not adopted. So, are there any further amendments? Okay. Hearing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion and ask for your support for this bill.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2023 to the House.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call
Recorded vote
vote.
has been requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert.
Well done.
Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ.
Aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence.
Aye.
Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo.
Mr. Palazzo.
Mr. Palazzo.
No.
Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes. Gotcha. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone.
You always like to these ladies. Let's go.
Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton.
Ms. Wexton.
Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Aguilar votes aye.
Thank you. The clerk will tally. While the clerk is tallying, let me, this in a few minutes will conclude our business for today, which has been the Agriculture Appropriations Bill and the Military Construction Bill. Those who are on T. HUD on the subcommittee and on Labor HHS. We will have both of those subcommittee markups this afternoon. We're going to try to get a sense of, I think T. HUD was at 4 o'clock. We have to see when the votes are so that we can talk about a timing for Labor H. Tomorrow is Homeland Security and FSGG, so financial services. So. Long day. Long day's journey into the night.
Do we have anything more tonight? Do we have anything more?
Just the 2 subcommittees.
Do you think she would want to talk to her in a second?
I mean, oh, we might have votes tomorrow.
Oh, there could be votes.
On the floor, you mean? On the floor? Yeah, we might, yeah. Yeah, I think they're waiting to see what will happen with the guns over there.
Yeah.
What does GG have a ton of votes against?
They do?
Yeah. I mean, they have, seriously.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll count them. It's a lot.
On this vote, can I have?
Well, I wore a purple clothes today, so.
Attention. On this vote, the yeas are 32, the nays are 26. The bill is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report, and the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Ms. Granger?
Madam Chair, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file views.
Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Third of them, Madam Chair.